Good day, welcome back. Jour mène à la séance. Bienvenue à la.
Welcome to meeting number 35 of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts.
The hybrid format, although I believe all members are in the room with us. Just want to remind participants of some of the following guidelines. Please wait until I recognize you by name before speaking. All comments should be addressed through the chair. And just raise your hands and catch my eye or the clerk's eye, and we'll endeavor to keep an accurate speaking list. Le comité entreprend l'examen de questions.
The committee is going to analyze the questions concerning the committee's work.
Mr. Lemire to bring us up to date. The clerk has helpfully sent out the motion that was originally tabled. It has been amended, which is in green, and then in red there are the current amendment, which was proposed by Mr. Osborne. So I'll begin with you, Mr. Lemire, and then I will, if it seems right, I'll get back to the amendment, but as a discussion, I'll allow that for a little bit as well. Mr. Lemire, à votre tour.
Merci.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm sure that you are part of the solution, and thank you to all of the people who have been involved, technical staff and translators and interpreters, to find this solution today. We're here gathered here today because the committee has sent the order back to the chamber to analyze the situation of the IT contract. It was affecting Curam, but it's also now affecting all the others. There is a major issue in which the management of these IT contracts and the additional costs and estimations are in a difficult situation, and there should be recommendations that we spend. The tax spenders in Canada and Quebec do not feel that we were spending and wasting money. This is the purpose of what was sent to the House of Commons. The Liberal colleagues and the Conservatives in the Bloc Québécois, we voted this unanimously in a motion so that the Chamber could actually analyse these IT contracts for an independent public authority to analyse it. Debates were held in the House in the Chamber 3 weeks ago, and this gave rise to a vote where the Speaker decided or made a decision. In this situation, the official position of the Liberals was mentioned by the deputy or the MP by Winnipeg Nord, Kevin Lamoureux, whom I really hold in respect. And he says, Mr. Chair, I do not agree that we need a public investigation. I do not understand why the MPs in the bloc feel that a standing committee that is most certainly more efficient cannot examine the concerns that the MPs are raising today. This is a personal criticism that I looked at or listened to with a smile. In the end, the Bloc Québécois members want to spend so much money on public debating, whereas the MPs are already paid to sit on these standing committees to do the same work. Another criticism, which I also accept, but he also says they need to check to see whether they can put this on the agenda. We need to be more productive where possible. Standing committees have a great deal of potential to move forward in the Parliament. The official position of the Liberals, therefore, brings us back to the work that has to be carried out by standing committees in the image of the one who presented the motion. That is the public accounts. Because remember, this debate also comes from a report from the General Auditor General, who mentioned her interest in picking up the follow-up and of the expenditure for a program such as Thuram. So today, through the motion that we are looking at and have been looking at for the past few days, the challenge is, do the standing committees still have their place, and can they still do enough work to ensure that there is sufficient transparency and enough accountability in the work of the government for the public and high interest of the Canadian and Quebec taxpayers. And so at this stage, I'm waiting for amendment proposals from the government. Since the procedure says that it has to happen, the motion cannot be modified by the person who has proposed it. Thank you very much.
believe when we left off, we were debating this amendment to change management to estimates and costs. And we didn't vote on that,
No, that one did pass.
did we?
And then Mr. Osborne proposed an additional amendment that would remove, that the documents be returned within 30 days of the adoption of this motion to before the start of the fall session.
Fair
So
enough.
that's where we're at. So yes.
All right.
Do you wish to speak to that? If not, I'll recognize Mr. Osborne, but I don't want to cut you off.
Personally, I'm ready to vote on that, and I think we have
Okay.
other things to carry on with, but I just wanted to tidy up where
Okay.
we were, so.
Yep, and just a reminder, I can't call votes. The votes happen when the debate is over, so if we want votes to happen, less talk and more action, I guess. So, Mr. Osborne, were you pointing that you'd like to speak, or? Okay, and it is on the amendment to the motion on the changing within 30 days of adoption of this motion to before the start of the fall session. So that is what we're addressing. Please.
Thanks,
Mrs.
Mr. Chair.
Tesser-Gerson.
Thanks, and I appreciate having the opportunity to speak again after the last meeting that unfortunately I missed a great deal of because I was up in the House delivering a speech. So I had been in the middle of some comments at that point that I would kind of like to wrap up, and they do speak directly to what my colleague had just talked about as far as the work of committees and the potential of committees, and I tend to agree with him on that. And I do want to start by saying, we're all professionals here, but we're also people. And we have feelings and sensitivities. I want to assure, certainly from my own perspective, and I'm sure from my colleagues as well, that at no point are we making personal comments about people's professionalism or about them as people. There's no ad hominem attacks. There shouldn't be anyway in this committee or in the House of Commons. That's a different story. So I just want to make it very clear that what I say is with respect to the professional context we find ourselves in, the work we have to do, and our politics may be different, sometimes very different from time to time, and based on whatever issue we might be debating at the time. But I have the utmost respect for all the colleagues around this table, including Mr. Lemire, who has worked very hard in working with us on making amendments and trying to find resolution on this particular motion that I know is very important to him and to the people in his riding. It's important to us too. Excuse me. So I will get back to the comments that I was starting at last meeting, and I want to start talking about what public accounts does and what it stands for, because Mr. Lemire had kind of touched on that in his comments. We all know that public accounts is Parliament's standing audit committee. Its mandate is to review the work of the federal government's external auditor, the Auditor General of Canada, whom we had here today. And when a report is tabled on behalf of the Auditor General in the House of Commons, I understand that it's referred to this committee. So Public Accounts selects the chapters it wants to study. It calls the Auditor General and senior public servants from the audited organizations to appear, and at the conclusion of the study, presents a report to the House of Commons that includes recommendations for improvements in administrative and financial practices. And I'll recognize that for my colleagues around the table who've been here a long time, this might be kind of silly to review, but I will say for someone new like me, it's good to have this, it's on the first anniversary now of the election coming up, to have a review of what we do here at Public Accounts. It's beneficial for me, so I appreciate everyone indulging me as I go through it. So that mandate is significant, and it's worth pausing on. It's not a general investigations committee that we do here, that we have here. It's not a committee whose purpose is to receive raw documents in significant amounts, in dumps, and sift through correspondence for political ammunition. And I do want to be careful about my word choice here, because I don't want my colleague to feel like I'm overly politicizing things or I'm assuming that he is. But to someone on the outside looking into what this motion has requested, and it might appear that way. The mandate of Public Accounts is grounded not in partisan inquiry, but in audit follow-through. And that's a different thing. It's more demanding in some respects than just piling on numerous voluminous amounts of documents. I'm going to go back to some history, because that's my passion, and I think it helps us to review kind of where we've come from in order to know where we're going. So the British Public Accounts Committee at Westminster was the oldest in the world, and it operates on a principle that has guided its work since William Everett Gladstone established it in 1861. I don't know if there's any more history students around the table, but I'm going to wax eloquent a little bit about history. That the committee exists to ensure that public money is spent only as Parliament intended. Right? I think we can agree on that. It's not to adjudicate political disputes. It's not to pursue political adversaries, but to ensure that the executive's financial conduct is consistent with Parliament's will, as expressed in its appropriations. So that tradition is alive in this committee, I feel, and it is alive in our standing orders, and it deserves respect. Walter Bagehot, writing in the English Constitution in 1867, famously observed that, quote, "a big meeting never does anything," end quote. His point, and I think it's a sharp one, was that the real work of Parliament happens in these smaller deliberative bodies where members can examine evidence carefully, follow arguments to their conclusions, and produce considered judgments. He called the floor of the House the grand inquest, and it does feel like that sometimes. But in the committee is where Parliament actually works. And as Woodrow Wilson wrote in 1885 in the American context, but with equal application here, Congress in its committee rooms is Congress at work. Little legislatures is what he called them. So this committee, Mr. Chair, is Parliament at work, I believe, on the specific and serious question of whether the Government of Canada is spending public money wisely and in accordance with Parliament's intentions. And this is a really high calling. And I'll admit, I'm not sure it's one I fully understand when I was assigned to this committee, but over the past year of having the Auditor General and her team come in, having various officials, having ministers, and in engaging in meaningful debate around this table, attending conferences, which I was very lucky to do at the beginning of the fall, I've learned that this is indeed a very high calling. It requires of us a high standard of discipline. And I'm really proud to sit on this committee. I take the work seriously, and it's precisely because I take it seriously that I want to urge a measure of caution today about the motion before us. And it's not because I'm indifferent to the concerns about the BDM, because I think there are real concerns there. There are real concerns that need to be examined and looked at. It's not because I think those concerns are fabricated. I do not. I believe those concerns are real, and in fact, the Auditor General herself confirmed that. But because I believe in the way in which a committee conducts itself, the procedures it follows, the instruments it deploys, and the scope it takes on. These things determine the quality and credibility of the work that it ultimately produces. So, Mr. Chair, there's a broader concern that I want to raise here, and I want to raise it respectfully, but I do want to be direct because I believe my colleagues, I owe it to them, and surely we owe it to each other. Committees in the Canadian House of Commons have, in recent years, become increasingly the site of partisan confrontation. And that's not secret. You know, we all do it. It's been observed by members of all parties, by journalists, by constitutional scholars, and by Canadians who have watched parliamentary proceedings. In 2024, the House itself was, as I understand, effectively paralyzed for months by a filibuster over the production of documents relating to Sustainable Development Technology Canada. In 2020, going back 6 years or so, this very committee and others were gridlocked for days as government members spoke at great length on matters of questionable relevance to prevent votes from coming to the floor. I have considered myself really fortunate to be around this table over the past year because we've functioned pretty well during that time. We've gotten through a number of reports, we've had good discussions, and we've revealed a lot of important testimony that's come from the witnesses that have been called in before us. Overall, I think public accounts has functioned really well over the past year. So a marked improvement apparently from the time before I came onto the committee.
The chair would say that's debatable, but
okay.
Over to you. So.
Noted, Mr. Chair. Thank you. So committee filibustering has been used by all parties. It has been used strategically as a political tactic rather than as a principled procedural tool. And I want to be the first to say that when it was used that way by any party, it has the potential of corroding the institution. It can degrade the very thing that those great English parliamentary scholars that I mentioned before and all others recognized as the essential space in which democratic accountability is practiced. In the Hansard of November 18th, 2014, so a while before my time here, But during that time, there was consideration of a national security bill. And a member of parliament who was then a minister of public safety and emergency preparedness, and this has been noted in subsequent procedural discussions, said that, quote, the committee is the master of its own destiny, end quote. The principle is a profound one, Mr. Chair. It reflects the constitutional autonomy of parliamentary committees from executive direction. No minister, and I would dare them to, but no minister can tell this committee what to study, which witnesses to call, which documents to request, or what conclusions to reach. But mastery of one's own destiny carries with it an obligation of responsibility. Remember that great line from Spider-Man, with great power comes great responsibility. So the committee that is master of its destiny must also be master of its own conduct. It must be capable of distinguishing between inquiries that serve the public interest and inquiries that serve partisan interest. And sometimes it can be difficult to see that line. It must also be capable of asking when a sweeping motion for document production is put on the table, whether the motion is designed to generate useful evidence for a genuine audit follow-through, or whether it is designed to generate political headlines. And I just want to make clear, I'm not saying that my colleague, and he wants to see a number of high number of documents. I believe, though, we have to tread the line carefully between a request of that nature and the return on the investment for the time and money it's going to take to produce those documents. And I spoke to this at my last session. Okay, so I think I actually have an amendment. I think I'm going to move here. Well, I will move, Mr. Chair, if I could.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I'll hear it, but I'm going to, yes, it might be.
Because we're in, sorry,
Yeah.
if
No,
I
go
can
ahead.
defer to you for procedural advice. So we're currently in an amendment.
Yes.
I'm going to move an amendment to strike out the whole motion, but I have a suggested
Okay.
replacement that I would like my colleagues to weigh in on, particularly Mr. Lemire.
I will stop you there, because unless the clerk taps me and says otherwise, that's out of order. You can come back to that later.
Okay.
I have to deal with Mr. Osborne's amendment, which was to change, yes. And I was not tapped, so I'm on the right track here.
I can tell you're all enraptured by my
Yeah, no.
eloquence,
So,
but if you want to
so can I pause that?
Sure.
Let's deal with Mr. Osborne's amendment to the motion, which was to strike within 30 days of the adoption of this motion and replace it with before the start of the fall session. Yes, à cette motion, à cet amendement.
This amendment, Mr. Lemire. Now, to be precise, Mr. Chair, if I understand things correctly, there was supposed to be an overview, an overall proposal sent out, and we were going to look at it item by item. Of course, we can make concessions, and that's the impression I get. We've had to make concessions. I've made many concessions, but I don't want to end up at the end of the process and just be myself that has made concessions in the current situation. I think that people wish to see the whole motion. Could we maybe see if we could see the whole text and see what's suggested so we can agree on the whole text? And then if we decide that we can't do it, then we go at looking at the motion article by article or item by item. Yes, but at this point, no. Mrs. Tessa Duskin can send it. She can send suggestions to you if she wishes. In order to audit it now will require unanimous consent. I think that we should finish this amendment and then come back to our motion, and then Mrs. Testa-Dirks can then make suggestions or propose amendments.
And then we can carry on. Yes, Mr. Osborne. Or Mr. McKinnon, you were down as well, but I see Mr. Osborne moving, and
I was just going to say to Mr. Lemire that, yes, there's been discussions,
Yeah.
and there's all kinds of ideas and suggestions, but in a point of form, we are in an amendment.
Yeah.
We need to finish the amendment, and then we can move on to
Yeah.
bigger and better things.
and could I ask you, is your, this is teeing things up, is it translated? Perfect, okay, thank you. Shall we, Mr. Osborne, it is your amendment. Okay, do you want to say anything on it, or would you like to, and then I'll look to
Yeah,
Mr.
I was simply going to call for a vote on the amendment that I made.
Okay,
Once we get that
yes,
done,
exactly.
we can move on to this,
Yes.
maybe?
Okay. Oui, Monsieur Lemire.
À ce stade-ci, je veux juste dire que je n'ai
At this stage, I'm just saying that I don't have a clue what's going to be sent to us. I haven't seen it, so I can't guarantee that. I'm very impatient to read the proposal, the overview. I can talk about based on the spirit of the discussions, but I don't really want to vote on just one part of the proposal. I want to see the whole thing.
This vote on the amendment to the motion to strike within 30 days of the adoption of this motion 2 before the start of the fall session. Clerk?
Mr. McKinnon? Mr. Osborne?
Yes.
Ms. Hesser-Dickerson?
Oui.
Ms. Yip? Mr. Carrick?
Oui.
Ms. Cousine? Mr. Stevenson?
Yes.
Monsieur Lemire?
Oui.
Okay.
Yeah, all
It's
in favor.
it's passed. Okay. So we're now at the
Motion.
motion as twice amended, I think unanimously both times. Shall we hear from Ms. Tester-Dirksen on her amendment? Should I call it a mega amendment, or
It's a significant amendment, Mr. Chair. I'm happy.
if your team could send it to the clerk
Yes,
while you're
I
talking?
just-
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, we'll get it sent out. So
Yeah.
I can read it. I'll read it en français, le premier. So bear with me. Que la commission
that the Standing Committee on Public Accounts requires from the Auditor General to ask for the presentation of the projects within the context of the previous system, and that the Commission asks for a study on the modernization of the services and invites high executives and of Employment and Social Development Canada, Services and Procurement Canada, Shared Services Canada, and the Treasury Board, including Clef Groen, former Associate Deputy Minister and Business Lead for Benefits Delivery Modernization.
that the Standing Committee on Public Accounts request that the Auditor General undertake a report on the benefit delivery modernization system and the progress done to modernize the legacy system, and the committee initiate a study into benefits delivery modernization and invite senior officials from Employment and Social Development Canada, Services and Procurement Canada, Shared Services Canada, and the Treasury Board, including Cliff Groen, or Green, Associate Deputy Minister and Business Lead, Benefits Delivery Modernization. And you should see those in your inboxes shortly.
Oh, we've not actually received it yet, so.
No? Okay. Maybe it would make sense to suspend if we could, to give people a chance to read that over?
Well, I would like to receive it first. So,
Okay.
It's coming.
all right. Oui, Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire. Well, it's in line with what was sent a couple of hours ago. I think there are a few very important elements missing. transparency in accessing documents is one of them, and I think for the correct operation of this type of or study, we need to have access to these governments. And if I've understood from the government, this is where the importance lies. And it's easy for me to ask the question, what is the government trying to hide within these documents? Within the original motion, and you probably remember the metaphors that were used, during the last meeting, we were asking for lorry loads of documents as a member of the Bloc Québécois, and asked the question, which are the heaviest elements? And we were told that they were correspondence and emails. I agreed to remove these from the original motion, and now we're told again there are still too many documents. So I'm starting to sort of, get a bit, be a bit sick of this. We're answering with positive answers to the government, and so I'm repeating my question. What does the government have to hide? Among the elements that I agreed to remove, there was something that was essential for them, and those were the communications between the Bureau and the Prime Minister's office. And I can understand this from a political point of view, but we know that this issue, through the article of a journalist on a technological IT newspaper in 2022, there was correspondence between the Treasury Board and the Minister where they were talking about the different slip-ups on QRAM, and as far as I can see, there's been no action taken by the Prime Minister. And I think that this type of issue is of public interest. In other words, has information not been provided of this importance, when we know that the slip-ups financially represent approximately 7.75 billion. We've gone from 7 to so 5 billion difference, and so it's strange to look at these areas that don't work. The filibustering situation is carried out by the government itself, and we know the situation itself where the government has bought a majority with brought-in peoples, and that it will become effective this evening. So I'm asking the question once again, what does the government have to hide, apart from a lack of respect for citizens who have handed to them a minority mandate to be able to carry out our role as a supervisory organization, and just sort of sweeping away the importance of what's happening now is very dangerous. Among the questions that I always ask, what is still happening after all of these years? We're still talking about the errors of these contracts, IT contracts. So what has been hidden? Has data been hidden or even protected by the different departments? And I'm wondering about it. Has the instructions been given properly to the different employees rather than putting on their backs all of the failures? Has it been done, and has it been done correctly in both official languages? This is a question that needs an answer, and I'm going to stop here unless I'm accused to not be accused of filibustering.
Try it again, yes.
Okay. Too much technology. So Mr. Lemire is worried about what are we trying to hide. Well, we're not trying to hide anything. We want to do an actual real study. We do studies in all of our committees all throughout Parliament. We do it all the time. We bring witnesses in, we ask them questions, and we get them to provide us information that they can offer. And that's exactly what we want to do. The notion of getting this massive dump of documents, and even though we have agreed to narrow it down somewhat, it's still a massive dump. And to think that we're going to take this massive number of documents and suddenly discover magic solutions to this problem, I think is it's not realistic. In my perspective, we're trying to make this not into a backward study. We want to call the witnesses forward, drill down into the issues that were identified before, conceivably invite the Auditor General to do a further study to follow up, but absolutely find out what went wrong here. But I'm an IT guy from way back. I've spent probably 30, 40 years doing IT. Things happen, writing code and things change. We're not going to get some magic document dump that's going to tell us what went wrong. I think we have to look at the matter systemically, and we have to do that, I think, from a coherent perspective, looking at the salient witnesses that we can bring forward and do the study. I'm fully prepared, fully interested in doing a study to drill down and find out what went wrong. I just think that the problem of getting all this massive documents ahead of time is, without having an opportunity to narrow the scope according to where we talk to the witnesses and find out what the problems might be, is extraordinarily problematic. So I certainly will support this motion. If this motion is not going to pass, and one hopes it does, but we will basically go back and start to work on the original motion and see if we can make it more effective and more useful. But anyway, that's my perspective, is that we absolutely want to do this study. We want to find out what went wrong. There is absolutely nothing we're seeking to hide here. We just want to find, undertake a process that's most likely to give us answers that are meaningful.
Thank you. Next is Mr. Osborne.
Thank you. And I won't belabor, I won't repeat everything that Mr. McKinnon just said. He touched on some of the points that I wanted to talk about. I will acknowledge Mr. Lemire has moved since his original proposal. The challenge is officials and so on in looking at trying to put this together are telling us that the volume of documents is still very large. So I won't elaborate on that because I know Mr. McKinnon has touched on that. Just to say that, it would bog this committee down. It would bog officials in this committee down. It would bog officials within departments down to produce a large volume of documents. I think that the study by the Auditor General, who would have unfettered access to documents and go down any rabbit hole the Auditor General or the Auditor General staff choose to, would find anything that may not pass the test of acceptability in terms of what should have been done in this regard. The Public Accounts Committee will also, with this amendment, be undertaking a study. And, even in majority governments, we have seen for decades that Public Accounts Committee can be, very efficient and very effective in undertaking studies and bringing issues to light. So I do think that this is a fair compromise without bogging officials down within departments and officials within public accounts with an enormous amount of documents that would have to be read through to try and find, whatever that may be there, a fishing expedition, as opposed to having the Auditor General be able to drill down and determine whether things were done the way they were supposed to be done or what recommendations would be made by a non-biased, non-partisan, arm's-length agency on how things could be done better.
Thank you. Just the clerk has sent 2 emails. One is a Word document. The other is a PDF. I suggest you look at the PDF one. They could be the same, but my Word document was not showing the track changes. The PDF does. Ms. Yip.
To look over?
No.
Nope. Okay. So I just would like to echo what my colleagues, Mr. Osborne and Mr. McKinnon, have said. A study, I believe, makes more sense than a complete document production project. It's a question of committee efficiency and how we want to best use our time. Is it really the best way to look at the production of documents, to ask our public service to go through mountains and mountains of paper? when we could instead have a study, bring officials to come in, have them as witnesses, and come before this committee for some vigorous questioning and to be able to ask more pertinent questions. We're also asking the public service to look at information and not be sure what they're looking for, or in fact it may or may not be relevant to what the topic at hand. And to me, that's not a good use of resources when they could be doing something else. And I think that when you have witnesses come to committee, you can really examine what they're saying, ask more follow-up questions, and also hear different perspectives from the other members on the committee. And it's not, I think when we have the meeting, we can also ask, besides the targeted questions, it avoids fishing. And I would also say that just looking at the context of the Auditor General's report, the work has already been done by this committee. The AG has already looked through all the documents, and our committee, PACP, has already scrutinized the findings of the report, and we issued our own report. We don't want to second-guess the Auditor General by re-asking the same questions and wasting our public servants' time. So I think that we should use the powers of this committee to look at a study and be able to invite our relevant witnesses.
I'm actually going to make a ruling here in consultation. So I see, Ms. Tess-Dirksen, I see what you're trying to do here, and I mean that in a positive way. You're trying to kind of come up with a solution that provides it. It strays, though, so far from the motion that Mr. Lemire has presented here, that it doesn't try to advance it or refine it, but actually seeks to replace it. So I'm going to rule it out of order. I wanted to hear some of the debate. I've been chatting with the clerk, going over the standing orders as well. So I'm going to rule this out of order. If Mr. Lemire's motion is defeated, it can be brought back in as a standalone, but it's too much of a substantive change that's taking place here that doesn't just craft, refine, advance, but seeks to replace. So with that in mind, I'm now going to recognize, I will recognize you, Mr. Osborne, as a courtesy. Go ahead if you have a question.
With respect to your ruling, Mr. Chair, and you know, understanding where you're coming from, I don't know if others want to weigh in on this, because if this is an acceptable approach, maybe Mr. Lemire would withdraw his motion and we can make a new one, you know, as opposed to, otherwise we've got a number of amendments to the existing motion. This would be far more expedient, I think, if we were able to.
So thank you. And if I would do that if I sensed there was some uptake from Mr. Lemire, but I don't. So I do try to get members to work this out, but my sense is this is going in a direction that is not acceptable. So I'm going to have to steer us back to, you have to make individual amendments to this motion, unless you can convince Mr. Lemire. But that's not going to happen as we're debating the motion. You'll have to take that offline. You'll have to say something to convince him. So the chair's ruling are not debatable. So I wanted to hear from you, Mr. Osborne, as a courtesy. We're now back to the original motion as twice amended. Monsieur Lemire, la parole, s'il vous plaît.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I'm not going to go against your ruling, of course. I have the impression that no one here is going to be against a study from the Auditor General. In fact, it's hoped for, and she should have as much access as possible. Last week, we had a motion to be able to allow her to have full access to the documents that she is requesting. In this situation, adding a study to the Auditor General, who's already said that she wants to refer. I can't see the added value, but I can understand it. But I do think that you agree in your ruling, because what is at the heart of what is presented to us today is the following two things. First of all, why do we wish to hide John Estrada? He is the technical lead for services, and he was in the original motion. He's no longer in the second motion. Under principle of having this study, I think we have quite a big consensus, or wide consensus. He was the architect who was first of all working for IBM, and then he became the technical lead within the within the department, and then he left to go to the Ontario side. And it begs quite the question. He was the one who was supposed to be responsible for the various decisions that were made, and that may be at the heart of the slip-ups, financial slip-ups that the Canadians are paying for the moment. And let's remind people that the money is not being handed out. Second element is access to documents. If I'm told millions and millions, at some point I think it's just people. I think people are just bluffing. It's the answer that I got once I removed the heaviest elements. So what in these official documents, official correspondence, official reports, what is so heavy? What is so... Mr. Chair, I'm wondering. It seems to me that the official reports, the official letters, and the official documents are quite easy to find on a computer. And if the government is not able to supply these documents quickly and have them translated, then the government is badly organized and does not deserve our trust in managing these documents. So it begs the question about the volumes of documents in relation to the volume and where we're at. These are the two elements which at the moment I do not get. I think we need to keep the testimony of the technical lead, Mr. Ostrander, and I think we need to keep transparency to access to these documents as far as official correspondence that was given, official reports that were drafted, and official documents to do with the QRAM project in the way it's developed for the cost management of the project and the problems. And I think this is strongly in favor of the public interest.
So I'm going to be bold and move another amendment.
But that is your right, sir, so please.
So I really like the idea of doing a study. And of course, we're not going to find out what's going on unless we do a study. But the big problem with the document request is you can talk about kinds of documents and say it fast, it doesn't sound like much, but we're talking about 10 years of documents and who knows, hundreds, maybe thousands of people involved. So I would like to focus on doing a study. So what I'm going to suggest is that I'm going to move that in this motion, in the English version at least of the motion, that the second paragraph be dropped entirely, and that the third paragraph that starts that the committee hold the first meeting on this study 1 week after receiving the documents, that phrase be removed. So that's my motion.
So would you just repeat that? So it's to delete paragraph 2?
Delete paragraph 2 and delete the first portion of the following paragraph, the portion that says that the committee hold the first meeting on this study 1 week after receiving the documents. Start out that paragraph with the word that senior officials. And what that does is it commits us as a committee for doing a study on this matter. I don't know what the schedule is for this committee going forward, but I know that the chair is fully aware of the kind of the business that lies before us, and I trust the chair to be able to allocate some time for us as we go forward. And once again, once we get into a study, once we do a study, we talk to the officials, we talk to the people that were involved in doing this design and development, and find out where drill down into where the problems happened, And at that point, we'd be in a much better position to do a focused request for documents that are going to actually make sense to us. So anyway, that's my motion.
Thank you, Mr. McKinnon. I'm going to hear from Mr. Lemieux, please.
En tout respect, Monsieur le Président,
With all due respect, Mr. Chair, the wording as it is made encourages us to fully remove the request for documents, but to start a meeting just after having received these said documents that we no longer are requesting. That means having no study at all, and in fact, it's not. Okay, so we're removing the sentence that the committee hold the first meeting on this study 1 week after receiving the documents. So we're removing this. We're striking it out. Having said this, it's the core of what we're talking about. Of course, I do have questions to ask from all of the people who are named in the third paragraph. But these questions could even be more relevant, or to be more relevant, should apply and be based on the documents that we're requesting. They're really at the heart of the study and the accountability and the credibility of our parliamentary and democratic systems. As MPs, it's our privilege to request access to documents. And what I told you, I think our requests are absolutely reasonable. You know, something has changed when we did the estimation of costs or the forecasts. We've realized that things don't work. What are the official correspondence, documents, and letters that have been and reports that have been produced?
Mr. McKinnon, I'm trying to be as even-handed as possible. The challenge is that your amendment is undoing not just the motion, but now amendments this committee has made to the motion. So it's a more surgical amendment than what was previously proposed by your colleague, but its effect is the same, with the exception of keeping the witnesses in. I'm going to rule it out of order. Again, I welcome amendments, and I know Mr. Osborne says he has others. And just if I can use one that we talked about on the sides, that if we do get away from this 1 week meeting after the documents are tabled to at the chair's discretion or something, because I know how long it takes to go through documents, and a week's not sufficient. But that's just my comment. I'm going to make just that once. If the committee decides to pick up on it, great. And now I'm going to recognize Mr. Osborne, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So again, we're back to the original motion as twice amended by this committee. Thank you.
Excellent. So I will get into, and you know, I take your advice, Mr. Chair, on that as well. I had the same thought in terms of ruling out an amendment that we had just made, or striking out an amendment we had just made. I will move an amendment, Mr. Chair, that we strike out all references to the Privy Council and Prime Minister's office in the second paragraph. And, you know, we do know that based on some of the access to information rules, that this would be in line with some of the policies and rules that are currently in place. So this is basically just housekeeping, in my opinion.
So I concur. I will allow. I'm going to allow that. That is. The amendment is that we strike in the second paragraph the Privy Council and the Prime Minister's office, qu'on enlève au Conseil privé ainsi qu'au cabinet.
So, including the Prime Minister's cabinet.
Documents. Oui, Monsieur Lemire.
merci, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. I'm open to consider this as an amicable amendment that can be included, insofar as on many occasions I've been assured that what I wanted as information, in other words, the information that has been made public by this IT newsletter, which is the memo that the President of the Privy Council, Mrs. Clarissa Lecherette, has transferred to the Prime Minister's office. These two cabinets are there to get this information that dates back to May 2022, and I was assured that this information would be sent to the committee, not to me personally. I didn't think it was a personal sort of piece of information, but this correspondence we've been told that it's going to be handed down to the committee. So I agree that we can remove this and accept it.
Oh, yes, Ms. Tessa-Dirksen.
Yeah, thanks so much, Mr. Chair. I'm heartened to hear my colleague is in agreement with this. I think one of the major reasons that it's valid is because we are still honoring the core intention of the motion, while refining the scope, which is primarily my concern in this particular instance. I didn't really understand why conflating the Prime Minister's office and the Privy Council would have been a good use of our time or resources. And sorry, I was talking earlier before I tabled the other motion about how I understand my colleagues' need to continue to move this forward. I'm still concerned, and I know we're going to get to a whole bunch of other motions, but I want to be more pointed about what we are requesting. So I think it's progress for us, for all of us, to have this portion removed. Oh, thanks. But I'm still concerned about how we're going to resolve this in a more global context. I understand that the clerk of the Privy Council has oversight responsibilities for the public service, and I think that's probably why it was included originally in the motion from Mr. Lemire, and that they may be directly relevant to a program of BDM scale, but removing the PCO from the production requests, it doesn't necessarily create an evidentiary gap, and I think that's what Mr. Lemire was largely concerned about. And I don't think it's going to cause any problems with our ability to understand the governance decisions made. And I would like to hear from my colleagues about the service delivery and the administrative burden. I still feel is something we have to keep in mind, but the service delivery is important as well. So we're talking about delivery of an issue of scope. It's not just about use of resources. And I don't think we should only be mindful about how resources are used, but we also have to recognize that there's a detrimental impact on the time spent on collecting these documents, and it's compounded by the fact that it's time not spent on actually delivering services to Canadians. And this also goes to the point that I had raised, these two things. It's the time and the money, right? And time is money. So the more time we spend, the more staff resources, staff hours, and we talked about the interpretation hours it would take, the more money we're spending as well. And that money comes from somewhere, and it's being pulled away from the delivery of services to Canadians, and particularly seniors, which I believe, I'm correct in presuming, are at the heart of my honourable colleagues' concern with this program in general. So I would be interested in hearing from folks about this development in this amendment to remove the Privy Council and Prime Minister's office. I think it's a positive step, but I'll yield the floor, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll get Mr. McKinnon next, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree that it's a positive step. I think what it does is help us to narrow the focus on the documents we're looking for. The more we can do to keep things focused, to keep things into reasonable volumes of documents, I think is better. Anyway, that's really all I got to say about that. I think it's a good amendment. So.
Thank you then. Ms. Yip, are you looking to speak, or?
Yeah, I just want to
All right.
support in that I'm glad that the Privy Council and the Prime Minister's office is to be removed, because after all, we do also have senior officials from Employment and Service Development Canada, we have the Treasury Board, and we also have Cliff Groen, the former Associate Deputy Minister, and John Ostrander, Technical Lead Benefits Delivery Modernization, to be summoned. So I think that will be very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Monsieur Lemire, as-tu des commentaires ou sinon? Non.
Mr. Lemire, any other comments? Yes, I just wanted to check to be sure. In what I said, I meant that I want it to be recorded, but I also want it to be mentioned, what was mentioned in the committee. I want this to lead to full commitment that we're going to get the information of this letter from Jenny Charette that was sent to the Prime Minister's office. It dates back to May 2022. Let me lead you back to an article called The Logic. It's about this subject, and it dates back to, well, if you do a search on The Logic, it talks about this program, and I think that this information is essential. Now, the reference, by removing the reference to the Privy Council and to the Prime Minister's office, we're depriving ourselves of other correspondence. But I want to move forward on this adoption, and I think it's the will that's demonstrated on your side. We're moving towards an adoption. However, I feel that we also need to have public, clear, transparent commitment, and this could be transmitted to the members of the committee.
The roll call from Ms. Tess-Dirksen. Go ahead, please.
I apologize for holding up the vote. I just want to clarify what Mr. Lemire was referring to when he mentioned a letter from, was it Ms. Charette? I just need a little more detail on that. I'm not sure what that's in reference to.
Monsieur Lemire, s'il vous plaît.
Donc,
It was made public in The Logic. What we're asking at the moment leads us back to the information that we may need to reject this information, and rather than what. So what this article demonstrates is that we had the information in the Prime Minister's office, but this information was not used, and that since 2022. That's 4 years ago. 4 years ago. That was before the Auditor General's report, before we know about the overcosts. The Prime Minister was aware and obviously and visibly did not do anything, and that is of public interest to me. And the content of this letter means that we can move forward as MPs to see what actions and what lack of action has happened to allow this slip up, which, in addition to this, had an impact on the service and left without income tens of thousands of people for almost 10 months. This is the case, I think, for one of the most. This is one of the most important elements, I think. This information, therefore, is known, and we really ought to have access to it to see if. Or what has been done, rather than an official sort of action. Well, I'm going to vote against this motion.
This kind of gets to the point, I think, of where we were. I mean, if there's specific information, government officials are happy to provide that information. Part of our concern here, and I'll get into it in my next amendment, but it is the massive production of documentation that will be required to be produced and bogged down, again, as I had mentioned earlier, officials on this committee, our staff, our offices, but the officials within departments as well. If there is specific information, instead of looking for millions of documents, if we know that there's a specific piece of information, maybe an amendment can be made to this, seeking that particular piece of information as we're making amendments as well. It would certainly cut down on the amount of time. One of the aspects here, in addition to the documentation that would have to be provided, there will have to be translation services into both official languages. The concern here is just the enormous amount of information. If you look at the timeline, even over the last couple of days, when officials from the department appeared before HUMA to discuss the program, there was a very specific targeted request. They asked for a breakdown of the contracts that were signed to the program. They wanted the numbers, the vendors, the details for each contract. And, Mr. Chair, what happened there is the department provided those details to the committee last Friday. They did exactly what was asked of them and provided that comprehensive contract breakdown last Friday. So one of the things we're trying to get here, in addition to getting the information that the member wants, is instead of focusing on bogging down and the enormous cost to the bureaucracy, to government of producing all of these documents, is providing exactly what's being looked for. So, maybe if I don't know if Mr. Lemire wants to propose an amendment to look for specific information. We are trying to, which is, bringing in the Auditor General to look at everything would ensure that things were done properly. But if there's specific information that's being requested or being looked for, a huge fishing expedition with millions of documents is probably not the most expedient way to get it. So if there is something in particular that's being looked for, this committee can call witnesses, call all of these officials, a study of this committee, and ask for specific information, and I'm sure it will be furnished.
Thank you. Oui, Mr. Lemire.
Normalement, dans des débats comme ça, si on
Normally, in this type of debate, if we repeat something, then I'm going to do this, but I'm going to say exactly the same thing as I've just said. For the time being, I'm voting against the amendment unless there's a formal commitment from the Liberals to hand over to the committee. And Clerk, I'm sending you, if you wish, for distribution, the article that dates back to the 3rd of May 2023. It was written by David Rivery. If we hand it out, then if there's a cost, I would invite the committee to pay to have access to this article and maybe talk about it and share it. I don't know what it involves at this moment, more than just sharing it, but I encourage you to look into it. Now, in the article, which is in English and that you will be able to read yourselves, it says, and I quote, that the project has had to deal with repeated delays on a memo presented to Justin Trudeau, which goes back to the 27th of May 2022. So this is the document I wish to have to be able to support the amendment. And there can't be tens of or dozens of these memos that have been given or handed to the Prime Minister. But I accept in good faith to remove this from the Privy Council if we can have access to this, to remove the Privy Council. So if we have dealing with all of the major contracts of the on the IT projects, including the Phoenix contract, which was very much under discussion. So I'm bringing to your attention this article, which also refers to Mr. Groen's work. And in light of this, I don't think I can be more precise. There's a date, there's a person that sent the document, and there's a person that received the document. And I just want to be sure that this can be found and handed or transferred to the committee. Okay, just a few comments. We cannot send this article to the various members because it's probably not in both official languages. But you can do it. Well, I encourage everyone to go to the website. No. Well, if you wish to do it, you can do it. Or you can get your office to send it out. Do you want to suggest or propose an amendment for this amendment? Well, before that, I would suggest, well, I'll ask whether the government is committed to handing this over to the committee. And if that is the case, I think that it will have the power of an amendment. And if that's not the case, then it will be in the official wording of the motion that will refer to the article and the information. Okay, just to define this, the government is not here. These are parliamentary members. They are not speaking in the name of the government. If we wish to have something, it has to be within the context of this motion.
Yeah, I was just wanted to comment that I'd be happy to see what I could do to get this document forwarded to Mr. Lemire. As a member of the House of Commons, I need more clarification on what it is, but if you're reading about it on the internet or something, it's probably fairly publicly available. We could probably find that and get it translated and make it available. I would, I don't know if you could sub-amend this, but to do that, but I'd certainly be willing to commit to seeing if we can get this document for you.
Non, c'est Madame Tessa-Dirksen pour commencer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have found the article, I believe, and I'm happy to read it into the record for the benefit of everyone, and that way it'll be translated at the same time.
No, I'm not. So in a committee debate like this, you can refer to notes, but you cannot read notes. So I'm not going to allow that. Members can find it. Michel Lemire's office can send it out. I have enough information to know what we're talking about here. It's a letter from May 22nd, 2022. Does the committee want it? Yes or no? That's the question before us. So members, you'll have to decide if it is. So, so over to you, Ms. Hester-Dirksen, but you cannot read the article into the record.
I wasn't aware of a rule of that nature around
Yes,
the
in the standing orders. So members, maybe members, you cannot repeat yourself in committee. And you cannot read from notes in a committee. You can reference notes, but you cannot read them. So yes, and that's in the standing orders. So
okay, they're not notes. It's an article. Is that?
Yeah, but I mean, you could come in here with a phone book and read that, so. I mean,
it's a relevant article. I'm not terribly familiar with what Mr. Lemire is talking about, so it would be it'd be beneficial for me, and I'm sure my colleagues, to have the information in front of us. And Mr. Chair, I tend to defer to your experience and expertise and knowledge, but I will submit that I'm not aware of any rule that prevents anyone from reading anything into the record. If there is a reference that someone would like to note, whether it's the clerk or someone else, I'm happy to entertain it.
I'll come back to you on a ruling on that.
Point d'ordre, Monsieur le Président. Pour un élément technique, la traduction, c'est pas fait pour le dernier 30 secondes. J'ai quand même compris l'information.
So, Mr. Chair, we had a problem with the translation just for the last 30 seconds. The translation was not working for the last 30 seconds. If we could repeat it, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And you continue to impress me, Mr. Chair, as chair of this committee. Being on other committees at the provincial level, you are correct in the fact that we, as members, we can't produce this document. We're not government. But, I think at a future meeting, if we were to call officials in as committee, we can ask them for this document or to produce this document. But we as MPs, members of this committee, are not government and cannot produce the document. So I agree with you on that ruling, Mr. Chair. But I think in this particular case, the amendment that my colleague had tried to pass earlier would have brought the AG and given. So maybe those are amendments that we can make to this at some point as well. I don't know if we're ready to look at this amendment. I have several other amendments, or our side have several other amendments to this as well. But, we can't commit to producing this document. We can call witnesses that may be able to produce the document.
I have Michel Lemire, then I'll come back to you, Monsieur. Oui, Michel Lemire.
Mr. Chair, I think that you took the floor quite rightly. It was just to highlight the sentence to say that there is a memo that is out there, and we should have access to that, and we still haven't been told whether or not it will be sent to us. Now, I'm repeating this. We're talking and debating about the amendment, and still, until I have a formal commitment from the Liberal Party representing the majority in the House, effective this evening, then I will vote against this amendment. And just before I hand the floor to Mrs. Yeb, just to clarify this, the only way you'll have this clarification will be with an amendment within the motion.
I've heard in other committees where people read whole books, in fact, and great paragraphs. So I just would like to, I would just like to know where in the standing orders this refers to.
I will come back to you on this, Ms. Shipp. I'm going to read here, but in the meantime, I'm going to go back to Mr. Lemire. I won't call a vote or anything like that. I won't allow a vote until we settle this.
Okay.
But Mr. Lemire, s'il vous plaît.
Ben, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Chair, well, absolutely. Following your recommendation, I'm going to propose an amendment, which is the following. This is wanting to remove the reference to the Privy Council and the Prime Minister's office, and to be able to replace those by include, be able to find these quickly. So what we want to do is make public the memo drafted for Prime Minister Trudeau by Mrs. Janet Sharrett from the 27th of May 2012, as mentioned in an article of The Logic of the 3rd of May 2023, written by David Rivoli. Thank you very much.
Basically, an amendment to your amendment, which would strike Privy Council, PMO, and would request this document. So
I'm just wondering, and I'm not opposed to, but I'm just wondering, is it cleaner to move forward with the amendment that is there and then put another amendment requesting this information?
well, it's now before us as an amendment to your amendment. Okay. So which I view kind of, I guess, more of an attachment to your amendment. Sub-amendment. Thank you. I'm just going to check with the clerk here for a second. Yeah, no, Mr. Robert. So it has been put forward as a sub-amendment. Thank you, Mr. McKinnon. To the amendment, it is in order. So I'll allow it to stand. So we'll debate adding this to your amendment, which was going to remove those two. So yes.
Yeah, and I think it is in order. I'm just, and I guess more for Mr. Lemire. Is it easier to...
Could I summarize? Maybe where we're at is we're going to strike Privy Council, PMO, and replace it with this letter date. Would you agree with that? You're welcome to take 10 seconds in it, yes. Is that what you're proposing as well?
It is. I'm just wondering, and up to Mr. Lemire, we're certainly... But, yeah, no, I mean, it is in order, so we'll proceed as Mr. Lemire had put forward.
Just wondering if we could get this clarified in writing before we carry on.
Peux-tu envoyer votre sous-amendement?
Please could you send in your sub-amendment in writing? Thank you.
And for 2 minutes, but it will be 2 minutes. Thank you. there'll be, no one's going to explode, but there's some agreement. There's some agreement, and I'm going to take this in 2 steps. The first one is we're going to move on a vote, unless there's comments on this, because I can't call for a vote. Actually, I'll just read what the 2 steps are. We're going to deal with the first one. We're going to remove Privy Council and Prime Minister's office, and then the second vote is going to be to insert the letter that Mr. Lemire is requesting here with specific language, which we'll read into the record here. So, on your amendment to strike Privy Council and Prime Minister's office, well, the second one deals with. Well, we'll come back to that one because I think that's a technical one. But so is that, Mr. Osborne? Are you okay if I proceed with your amendment clean?
Yeah, I mean, so all references, so to
Okay.
Mr. McKinnon's point, all references to the Privy Council and Prime Minister's office in the second paragraph.
So you're removing the other Prime Minister's office?
Yeah, well, it's, so that the amendment was all references to the Privy Council and Prime Minister's office.
Okay, well,
in the
that second one
paragraph.
is kind of just housekeeping anyway, just to basically follow the law. So I think
Yeah.
that's fine.
Yes.
All right. We went slow. We went slow. And there'll be another shift up here. I won't. Yes, Ms. Tester-Dirksen.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chair. So firstly, I just want to make sure we are going to get an answer on the reading into the
Yes.
record. It's just a point of interest,
Yeah.
too, like for other committees that I might find myself
So
on.
it's actually a ruling. I haven't looked at the full article here, Alana, just it popped up. So in 1964, the Speaker, and I'll come back to this shortly, the Speaker ruled the practice of reading speeches is an undesirable one and should be discouraged. And that was in relation to debates in the House. So that's why I said you can reference notes, but we cannot. We've never had members come in here and just begin to read as a way to. I'm not suggesting you're filibustering, but we are getting on that line. We're potato. That again, members are entitled to talk as long as they like, provided they don't repeat themselves, and provided they're not reading. So I will come back even more if you like, but I'd like to also keep this moving forward.
Yeah, and just because, I want to wrap it up, I do want to submit, I think it's Chapter 13 in the Rules of the Order of Decorum, if you look at citation of documents. And I take it that there was a discouragement, I think is the term you used, which is not actually a rule against, I will submit. But from my understanding, there is a convention that people can read things into the record that is accepted. Yeah. And again, it's not a rule. So we have this kind of nebulous place of interpretation. And so as far as the citation of documents, no standing order, which governs the citation of documents. The House is guided, from what I understand, mainly by custom and precedent, right? So if we're reading from articles, which is what I was suggesting to do to get it on the record, or books or other documents by any member during that debate, I believe Ms. Yip mentioned in another committee she'd been on, it's pretty standard practice that it is accepted. And I think our colleagues across the table would probably agree with that, because I've been at committees where the opposition members have read at length from documents that are sometimes related, sometimes not. So, given that it's an accepted practice and that it's not within the rules, it's not prohibited in the rules.
Point of order after that.
Okay,
Oui,
sure.
Monsieur Lemire.
Boss, c'est complètement hors sujet.
Well, I think that's off the topic. I encourage we move to the voting.
Ground here. So, Ms. Tester-Dirksen.
Thank you so much. I believe it's strongly on topic, because actually my friend Mr. Lemire is the one who is tabling a sub-amendment referring to a letter from an article, and I don't know much about the historical context of that. And somebody had mentioned, I can't remember who it was, that they would like to see the article, but we need to have it translated, need to be sent out. So, I mean, this could be something significant that as members of the Committee on Public Accounts and as members of the government, we need to make sure we know what we're agreeing to or not agreeing to, right? I mean, we can't contract into something if we don't understand the perimeters of what we're contracting into. So, sorry, just to back up and summarize what I had said. So there's no order against, there's no clear order permitting it either. We've, I think, determined that it's a matter of convention, and then it has become an accepted practice. I do recall, Mr. Chair, reading when I was first elected about the rules of procedure that there had been a point of time where nobody read speeches in the House. You wouldn't read a statement by statements by members, SO31s would not be read. You wouldn't read a speech. I think we see it pretty frequently now where people are using either notes to prompt them or actually reading verbatim. So it's clearly an accepted practice within the House of Commons, within debate and other contexts. So even though I believe what you're referring to is that a speech shouldn't consist of like an extremely long quotation that could potentially go on for hours and hours. And we're not supposed to quote from the Hansard Blues, I believe, too. So this is kind of a new territory for me to explore. So bear with me. And I believe I've heard members before quote from private correspondence as well, as long as they identify the source. So if you're reading a quote, that's reading, right? And in the interest of accuracy, I think that's something that you'd want to be able to do. And I know we can't quote from proceedings of a committee before they've been reported to the House. I mean, so it seems like there are some perimeters there that we have to fit ourselves within. But as far as, I guess it's a question up for debate in general, and this happens sometimes at law as well.
Let me then make the debate easy. So I'm going to stand by my ruling, and the options you have now are to challenge the chair. And then if you're not satisfied, you can then bring it before the Speaker as well, and the Speaker will make a ruling. I will point out, though, I've got a pretty good record with my rulings being upheld by the Speaker, Liberal Speaker for that record, and I'm confident on this one that when it comes to a quasi, not accusing you of anything, filibuster, the idea of bringing in written materials and reading in the record is not encouraged. I don't know of committees that has allowed it, because normally committee members will point at one another. Ms. Yip and I experienced that last committee when Conservatives would accuse Liberals, Liberals would accuse Conservatives in filibuster debates. Members have to be able to sustain their arguments without repetition and without just reading articles into the record. We all do research on the side. If members feel they want to read the article that Monsieur Lemire has cited, they're welcome to do that. But I'm not going to open up the door to articles that I don't know how long they are when we have the pertinent facts. So my ruling is going to stand on this. I appreciate what you're seeing. You say convention, but convention is a rules that we have stood by over time, and reading into the record while a debate is going on is not something that I think we want to consider, because that's it works in the moment, and then the other side uses it, and then we're here much longer than necessary. So that is where we are at, and we were just on the cusp of voting for Mr. Osborne's amendment to strike Privy Council in Prime Minister's office. Clerk, you may proceed with that, please. I've already called the vote, I'm afraid, but there'll be an opportunity second. Ms. Tesser-Dirksen.
Monsieur le Président, je propose que ce soit...
Mr. Chair, I propose we adopt it on distance. So accept on division.
Merci beaucoup. If anyone wants to call for a recorded vote, you can, but there's no... So now we're back to Monsieur Lemire's amendment, which I'm going to have the clerk read into the record en français, so if you can use your listening pieces.
Alors, c'est après
After the 1st of January 2007, including the note drafted on 27th of May 2022 and sent to the Prime Minister Justin Trudeau.
Mr. Lemire is asking this committee to call for. This is the briefing note written by Janice Chade, Clerk of the Privy Council, dated 27 May 2022 for Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. So that, and I have Mr. Osborne first off the mark, please, and then Ms. Tester-Dirksen.
So just going back to my previous amendment, where we took out reference to the Privy Council office and the Prime Minister's office, and I will get to the point because it relates to this. I'm not trying to go back to an amendment we just voted on. The reason we took out Privy Council office and the Prime Minister's office was because it didn't fit within the guidelines of the Access to Information Act. So I'm not sure here. I know the rules in Newfoundland and Labrador are perhaps a little different than the rules in Ottawa, but what I'm wondering, is it within the Act to ask for a briefing note that was written by the Privy Council office? If it is, well and good. Maybe a sub-amendment to Mr. Lemire's amendment would be something along the lines within the policy and guidelines of the Access to Information Act. If it's not within, my concern is, as members of this committee, we are directing government to do something that may be against the guidelines, the policies, the Act, the Access to Information Act. So if we put a sub-amendment in there to say along the, as long as it's within the guidelines or the policies of the Access to Information Act, we're not directing government to do something that is against the Act.
Sure. I'll give you my view, and Ms. Ship's welcome to correct me. We've had the law clerk in here several times on this point in the last Parliament. So the committees of the House of Commons, in addition to the House of Commons, have the ability, the power to summons any document at all. It will then be up to the government to respond to this however it sees fit. We've had governments in the past that have not done so. We've others that have worked with committees to produce documents based on certain conditions. What we don't generally do is add the laws, because the laws, these laws do put up barriers that, for example, would if a journalist wanted this document, they can't just call for it. But committees are different than journalists. So I'm not going to rule on this. This is up for debate. It's not necessary because the committees have the power to call for these documents, and the government will respond as it sees appropriate and come back to the committee. Ms. Tester-Dirksen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to speak on the amendment with respect to this letter that's now been asked for production. And I know I've spoken at length about the importance of this article that my friend Mr. Lemire had referred to, and I have actually read it. And I would like to express what my understanding of it is, and perhaps there could be some discussion, and I think it would help inform colleagues around the table too, given that we are going to vote on it. So from what I understand, it was an article from May 2023, and it was about how federal benefit systems were supposed to be overhauled. And it was drawing from the lessons learned from the Phoenix show. And what I understand is there was maybe $135 billion, $136 billion in annual payments. That the technology that handled those payments was very, very outdated. And what the article speaks about is that the system, so the IT systems that were delivering the old age security benefits, which is really at the heart of what Mr. Lemire is concerned about here with this motion, was quite old. And I think the article actually references that it's the system is old enough to claim benefits itself because it's a 60-year-old relic, I believe they referred to it, that the government had already tried to replace and had failed to replace. I don't know the years off the top of my head, but suffice it to say, the government had attempted a replacement, the replacement had failed. And there were, in this article, again from 2023, there were updates that had been made recently relative to the date of the article that allowed folks to claim those benefits online. And the article was quite critical, and it does reference a gentleman, Cliff Green, who I had actually put into the motion that I tried to bring forward a short while ago, who was a senior federal public servant at that time, and he had been in charge of the review and the overhaul since summer of 2023, I believe, even though it had kind of been messed up the first time. So I believe what Mr. Green had said was that the information gets entered by the client if they're applying online, and then the agents at the department had to enter that information into the system. So there's some data movement that's submitted by the original user and then processed and entered by the people working at the department. So the old age security program, so what we refer to as OAS, was supposed to be the first program of 3 of the big federal benefits programs. And we'd already talked about the Employment and Social Development Canada. And I believe Mr. Green was a senior assistant deputy minister in the department at the time that this article had been written in 2023. So after old age security became the Canada Pension Plan, or maybe vice versa, and employment insurance. So the Canada Pension Plan and employment insurance. Okay, so there's these 3 buckets of services that are being provided and supposed to be overhauled by the system. So collectively, the article had said was that these make the most important make this project the most important IT information technology project actually in the history of the country. So if we're going back, quite some time to the to Confederation, this is the largest project of its nature that had been undertaken. Those 3 programs, from what I understood, had dispensed $135, $136 billion in payments just between 2019 to 2020. So we're talking about large dollars that are being managed by these departments. And the total package of the upgrades, which we know as benefits delivery modernization, was estimated at the time of the article writing to be $2.2 billion, and it was supposed to take about 10 years, or more than 10 years. The article had gone on to say that if anything went awry, if anything went wrong, and if the critical support payments did not go out, I believe it said it would make Phoenix, which had been the pay system for the federal public servants, which had been launched in 2016, as we know, not very successfully, it would make Phoenix, I believe it said, a footnote in the history of government IT catastrophes. So not a very glowing, not very encouraging. So the article, and when it was nearing its end, had said that things had not gone not flawlessly. Didn't say they hadn't gone not smoothly, but not flawlessly thus far. Again, the date of the article being in 2023. And that it was noted that the project had experienced repeated delays, and that was up to May 2022, I believe, when I think that's at the time that the Prime Minister had been briefed on. The Prime Minister at the time had been briefed on it to bring him up to speed on major digital projects in the federal government. So 3, including that replacement for Phoenix we mentioned, were progressing acceptably in the early phases, and this benefits overhaul was the 4th phase. So I think the reason that my colleague, Mr. Lemire, had brought the article up was because it actually referenced Ms. Charette. And now we have a letter, a motion for potentially producing a letter. The article mentions Madame Charette as the clerk of the Privy Council at that time, and it notes that she was the very top federal public servant at the time. Whether that's right or wrong, I guess the article thought it was correct. And the document, it's believed by whichever journalist prepared the article that the document warned possibly that the benefits project had missed milestones and had failed to spend money budgeted for it. And this is not something that's unusual for this committee to hear many times. In fact, earlier today, Mr. Chair, we heard the Auditor General come out and talk about all the money that had been invested in Indigenous Services Canada, and yet we hadn't seen a return on that investment that would be expected from dollars of that amount. So I believe Ms. QC earlier mentioned that there had been a theme recurring, and it seems like this article might be in agreement with what she had said as well. The article also noted that there had been officials in oversight roles that had raised concerns about ESDC's capacity as well to deliver under the set timelines and budgets. So the article references Madame Charette's memo as implying that as well. And getting back to the memo that the article, the writer of the article apparently had some knowledge of from Madame Charette, writing about federal computer systems generally. And this is also something we had heard from the Auditor General when she comes before this committee several times, that there was institutional knowledge about these custom system designs and function and interdependencies that had not been captured and communicated over time. And this is kind of, Mr. McKinnon had mentioned this when he was talking about IT and information technology, how quickly the technology changes, and if federal departments are not staying abreast of the knowledge as it evolves, then there's going to be a lag. Eventually, it's going to get down to the end user as a lag in the provision of services, which is not acceptable. And the article said that what this meant was that the government was critically low at that time in expertise needed for the maintenance and replacement of those legacy IT systems. So again, you can have the hardware, you can have the infrastructure and the power to implement these systems, but if one is critically low in expertise needed to maintain a legacy system, which is greatly outdated, it's not much use to anyone. And from what I recall, the article mentions that they were something called COBOL-based screens, which from what my very limited understanding of information technology, even though my husband is in IT, he would be very disappointed in me today, but my very limited knowledge of COBOL-based screens is that they're very manually based. And Mr. Green was referenced in the article again and talked about old age security in particular. And in particular, this COBOL-based screen, which is very manual, is used in the OAS system. And if I recall the quote correctly,
Point d'ordre, Monsieur le Président, quand on est
quoted,
rendu à parler du...
Mr. Chair, we're not talking about the type of screen. This reference in the article is not even in the motion that we're talking about at the moment. And actually, I would like us to come back to talk about the basic question. The question is, what does government have to hide? And I think we're demonstrating very clearly that the government does have something to hide. Thank you very much, Mr. Lemire.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate my friend's interjection. I will remind him and this committee that he is actually the one who referenced this article when he was speaking earlier. And it doesn't mean the government has anything to hide. Quite the contrary. I'm summarizing an article which is extremely critical of government systems and a lack of critical knowledge and expertise that was present in the department when the government was trying to overhaul these systems. So I'm being quite critical of my own government in this context.
Previous government.
Previous government, yes, thank you, Mr. Okay, yeah, details, devil's in the details, right? So the old age security legacy system, there was one of those that the article referenced, and it quoted Mr. Green, if I recall correctly, as saying, quote, there's
Je
one.
réitère, Monsieur le Président, point d'ordre, que ça n'a pas
Point of order, Mr. Chair. This has nothing to do with the content in the briefing note. I understand. However, the member has the floor. Mr. Chair, she is directly doing what you said we cannot do.
I'm going to hear it a little longer. I'll allow her the floor a little longer, but I am
you, Mr.
listening.
Chair. It's certainly not my intention to annoy or irritate my honorable colleague, who I respect very much. I think, though, it's genuinely interesting what this article talks about. So let me just kind of get back to where I was. I was talking about Mr. Green being quoted in the article. So Mr. Green had said that there was one old age security legacy system, so one single system, but interfaces, or there were interfaces with lots of other systems as well, and one would need to shift from a different screen to a different screen. So many of us work in front of technology. We've all got it in front of us right now. You've got one document on one screen. You want to pull up another document, but you want to reference the two. You have two screens in front of you. You're trying to shift through. So not very intuitive and quite cumbersome and time-consuming, it sounds like to me. So the programming language that this article discussed, COBOL, was devised for mainframes going way back. I'm not going to talk about all that because it's going back way to 1959. It was already, oh my gosh, something called an occult tongue. Again, my lack of IT knowledge is showing. I apologize.
I'll talk COBOL.
Okay, thank you. I'll pass it along to Mr. McKinnon in a minute. We all remember Y2K. That bug was referenced in this article as well. Institutions with older computers were panicking about that in the late 1990s. So Canada wasn't alone in running into this wall of technology when the pandemic hit older social welfare computer systems in 2020. So again, you know, the pandemic seems to make an appearance in all of these cases. So pensions, getting back to the pensions and unemployment benefits. The article notes that these are among the many federal services delivered within computer systems held together by what it calls masking tape and chanting. So in other words, some of this stuff has been forgotten. There's antiquated knowledge that is problematic because once again, it's delaying the delivery of the service to the people who need it the most. As Mr. Lemire has said repeatedly, seniors in Quebec and all across Canada who have found delays in the payments of their benefits. The previous attempt to update the OAS system would have seen it integrated into the Canada Pension Plan system. And that was a more youthful system, but it was still old enough to, those folks were still old enough to vote. Efforts to migrate millions of those data points about the old age security recipients, who are at the heart of what we're discussing today, and their payment histories, that ended in failure, according to Mr. Green, because the pension system could not handle it. So the obsolescence of those critical systems became a crisis when the economy crashed. And I'm not going to take us through that debacle either. But the result was that the Canada Emergency Response Benefit, which was the CERB, which bypassed that mess because it was delivered largely through a more modern income tax system. So we have an example of one more modern system that was using more recent technology, more user-friendly, more accessible, that was delivered successfully. But these very crucial benefits that should have been going to seniors and folks on EI were being delayed because, again, the technology was held together by what the article calls masking tape and chanting. Back to the memo that my friend wants production of, Madame Charette's memo, which was, again, in May of 2022. The memo, the article referenced, it believed the memo had told the Prime Minister of the time that with benefits delivery modernization in disarray, there was likely going to be an upcoming decision regarding leadership for the project. So that's public knowledge in the article. That decision was to turn the person of the time that the government had put in charge of CERB, this is back in 2020, Cliff Green. So Cliff Green, who I had mentioned in my motion that had failed, became the person in charge of this. So at the time of this article, Cliff was working along, or Mr. Green was working alongside a technical lead who was John Ostrander, who bring information technology knowledge to the issue. So before the CERB assignment, Mr. Green had increasingly senior jobs at Service Canada. And I think it's important to talk about Mr. Green because, again, I had him mentioned in my motion, and it's someone who could end up coming before this committee. He had increasingly senior jobs at Service Canada, from what I recall, and this was starting back in 2006. I believe Mr. Green was even quoted within this article as saying something to the effect of, quote, I have, really extensive experience, I believe is what he said, and knowledge of the programs that the government was trying to put into place at the time. And I believe he's actually quoted as saying, probably more than anyone else at the senior level. So this is someone we're talking about who has extensive knowledge and expertise. But is that a strength? The article asked. It would depend on who you ask. And the article was of the opinion that another person, a senior vice president of government relations and policy for a tech lobby group, which was called Tech Nation, argued that there would be no reason why people who are really familiar with particular programs would be the best people to replace the computers that run them. So there's a presumption there that might not actually result in the outcome that the program anticipated. So, for example, if ESDC was mandated to deliver a service, then they are the subject matter expert, right? But they're not necessarily the expert at managing the project, nor should they be. ESDC's programs, those are big programs, but the Canadian government is not the first to overhaul the way it delivers large social benefits. And the article does point out some comparable examples. And I'm a big fan, Mr. Chair, of comparing what we do in Canada with what other comparable nations may have done. Of course, we always have to take a specific Canadian lens on everything we do because we are a unique country with citizens who have expectations that might be different from other comparator nations. But I still think it's a good idea to make comparisons to see how other people are doing things successfully so we compare against them. And the article that I read, and I'm summarizing here, thought the same thing. So the one senior advisor that was interviewed had pointed to the Ukrainian government at the time, which had rapidly expanded an app. And we all use apps on our phones. They're quite handy. Had expanded an app for its citizens to access documents and services since the Russian invasion in February 2022. So you have here, something that's calamitous for the people of Ukraine. Times very tough and still are. But at the time of the Russian invasion in 2022, they were able to use an app which had expanded their ability to access services through their government at a time of war. So I think that's really intriguing and quite inspiring. At the end of 2021, the article also summarized that there were 15 digital documents and 12 services within that app. So the additions to that had included tools for reporting destruction of people's homes, seeking government support as a result, and for finding people who are internally displaced as well. And there's a chatbot that the app uses and takes information on the movements of Russian forces. So it's really incredible how even in a time of military conflict, we are utilizing technology to keep people safe and to make it convenient as possible for them to make sure the government knows what it is they need. So this senior advisor had said all of that had been outsourced in the Ukrainian example. It was all done by industry, in concert with those subject matter experts who are really important, and they know how they need the service to be delivered to Ukrainian citizens. So this is very important, and I mentioned we have to look at everything through a uniquely Canadian lens because our needs are different. And the Canadian government's plans included lots of outsourcing. So, and I'm getting kind of wrapping up the summary here, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the indulgence. August of 2022, it would have been referenced in the article, ESDC had announced that it had hired Deloitte, which was a Tech Nation member. You may remember earlier on, I mentioned Tech Nation being this, occupying this large space within technology consulting to handle the onboarding of the old age security system. So that contract alone at the time of writing of the article, was worth nearly $194 million. So that's a monster contract, especially by IT world standards. And the article mentions that this senior advisor had said that they heard it out of one of their members that if you were a commercial company, in most cases, you would not undertake a project more than $10 million at a time, simply because of the risk for both sides. And OAS is a monster program, delivering more than $60 billion a year to 7 million people. So this is a tremendous program, and it affects the lives of many, many, many Canadians. So the modernized benefit system was being built on a private sector platform called CURAM. And I'm sure my friend, Mr. Lemire, is very familiar with this. He's brought it up before, and again, it informs his motion to a great extent. So this was formerly an IBM product. It was part of IBM's spin-out of health-related offerings in 2022. At the time of writing of the article, CURAM had belonged to a company called Meritive, which was owned by a private U.S. equity firm in Francisco Partners. So IBM had worked on Phoenix as well, albeit they were contractors that were customizing software that came from Oracle. So we're getting a sense in this article of the web of hands that are involved in the development of this technology and in the rollout of these systems. So Mr. Cliff Green, who again I have mentioned in my initial motion, he knows about Phoenix. This is what the article specifically says. It had said Green knows about Phoenix. So Green had said that the root issue and cause of the Phoenix problems are very complex, and he didn't think it would be fair and appropriate to lay that at the feet of just the technology solution. Well, anyway, CURAM is unrelated to the PeopleSoft software that was underlying Phoenix. CURAM, though, is working successfully, or was at the time of this article, was working successfully in 19 other jurisdictions, and the government had learned from the project management failures that had led to the Phoenix catastrophe, and this is in the words of Mr. Green. CURAM is, though, the software that Ontario, the Ontario provincial government, had chose for an overhaul of its social benefits programs in the early 2000s, and that had gone badly, I will note. There was a provincial politician at the time.
So Ms. Test-Dirksen, pardon me, you still have the floor. I'm going to just nudge you back to relevance on the.
Okay, thank you. It was a long article, Mr. Chair, and I'm trying to give it fair summary here.
Yeah,
so I'll talk just quickly about the key lesson from Phoenix. Mr. Green had said that there was a need for clear and narrow accountability, right, paired with high-level involvement from other affected departments, and we had to move forward in small steps. Now, there's a bureaucracy involved here, and small steps ultimately mean more time is being eaten up, again, in the delivery of these services to people who need them most. So ultimately, accountability for the program rested with Mr. Green. He said that himself in this article within the bureaucracy. So there were other departments that were closely involved, but deciding whether to push the button or wait, it will not be, or it was not a group decision, it was his. So unlike with Phoenix, there was not meant to be any big bang when the old system would be turned off and everybody starts using the new one. Not even for the first tranche of work in the old age security system. So compared to Canada Pension and EI, old age security is a simple benefits program. In general, when you reach the age 65, you get monthly payments for the rest of your life. And I know this, Mr. Chair, because my parents, both well over the age of 65, and until my father's death just last February, he was collecting old age security, and my mother continues to. And they rely on it very heavily. But even old age security was being sliced into thin pieces for this changeover. So in June of 2022, Mr. Green had said that they were going to start by using the new system to process applications from people who get OAS-like benefits from other countries, which Canada has agreement with. We have agreement with a number of countries to coordinate coverage. So if that slice were to work, then in the spring of 2024, the plan had been that Service Canada would start testing the new system for all OAS applications. And Mr. Green went on to say that essentially he'd be taking kind of a swivel chair approach in which the client's applications would be received and then their agents would process those applications both in the new system but also in the old system, which is may seem counterintuitive to efficiency, but he was the expert at the time. And if that were to work, The real changeover would have happened in December 2024. So the article says that the old OAS system, those COBOL things we were referring to, would remain as a backup. And Mr. Green had said in this article that they were not going to be turning off the old system until the entire program was successfully delivered and proven that it operated. And they had rollback plans if, they would hopefully never be needed, but they had rollback plans that if they needed to use them, they could roll back onto the existing system. So at the time of the writing of the article, the federal budget of the day appeared to give Mr. Green's efforts a vote of confidence, and it had boosted ESDC's funding by almost $124 million, if I'm not mistaken, and that was to be over 7 years to finish the job with the old age security, and that would be before taking on the Canada Pension Plan and then EI after that. Mr. Green was quoted as saying the systems were working adequately at that time, but he did acknowledge that they were fragile and that they would only get worse without action. And that he could not accept any risk of failure in delivery of those programs to Canadians. So that was my impression of the article, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate you giving me the time to summarize it because it gives me a more fulsome understanding of the historical context in which we are working. I think the article, and I thank my friend Mr. Lemire for bringing it up because it summarizes what had happened in years previous. I know there had been serious concerns with the Phoenix system, and that was referenced at length within this article as well. It's interesting to take that historical perspective and compare it against what we are dealing with now. Hindsight's 2020, and of course, if folks at the time had a crystal ball, they would may have graded themselves an A in the anticipated trajectory of the program. And as it was said in the article numerous times, failure was not an option because any failure or delay or setback in the changeover of the system would ultimately be borne out by real living people. We're not talking about numbers and statistics. We're talking about real people like my mom and dad who were collecting and relying on their old age security benefits. So the article really brings to bear the, as I called in the last meeting, the noble intention of my colleague, Mr. Lemire, in bringing this motion forward, in addressing the needs of the recipients of these benefits. And many of us around this table, look, let's be honest, we're all paid very well. We're paid well for the work we do. And I don't think many of us have to worry about not being able to afford groceries at our next trip to the grocery store. Not many of us need to worry about being able to afford rent next month or scraping together payments for medications and things like that. There are people who do. There's a lot of people who do, and there's a lot who are now. And although there are many steps that we are taking to ensure that they are taken care of, that they're not falling through the cracks, something as basic as being able to count on their old age security each month is absolutely crucial to their ability to plan. And particularly in the case of seniors who really value their independence and their ability to budget effectively, their ability to have certainty, and that certainty gives them the ability to be more independent in their daily lives. So something that we might consider, or someone might consider, a hiccup in a delay of delivery of these services can be absolutely catastrophic to folks who are in vulnerable positions and who are living sometimes day to day, month to month, and rely on this money to come into their account in a timely manner. So I will end this segment of my discussion by going back to where I started by saying I commend my colleague for his concern, and I commend him for bringing the issue forward. And I also commend him for his willingness and his capacity to work with us in the numerous amendments that we're bringing forward. But underpinning all of that, Mr. Chair, is the fact that I again keep coming back to, is that if we're going to get real work done on this committee, we have to be doing it in a realistic way. And the motion that was originally presented by our colleague, Mr. Lemire, was in theory perhaps
I'm just going to lead you back to we're on the amendment. So
yes,
I hear,
okay.
So we're on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is amendment I'm sorry, I've lost track of the amendments. 3, this is a sub-amendment. Okay. So getting back to so it's a production of documents, essentially, is what we are referring to. So Amendment 3, just for my own purposes, Amendment 3 was removing all references to the Privy Council and Prime Minister's office with a sub-amendment.
No, so that passed, and
Okay,
now
so-
it's the adding,
Oh,
as
yes.
well as the briefing notes prepared by Jenna Charette, clerk of the Privy Council dated May 27, 2022, for Prime Minister Justin Trudeau.
Of course, Mr. Chair, I apologize. And that is inevitably what led us to talk about the article, which I summarized just a few moments ago. So the article refers to that memo, which I believe is the same memo that Mr. Lemire is referring to. I believe that the article was prepared by the Canadian Press, if I'm not mistaken, which is a reputable news agency and a reputable journalist who had basically summarized the essence of that memo. And I've summarized a great deal of it in my article.
Was the logic, says Mr. Lemire.
I'm not sure what purpose would be behind requesting production of the memo if it's already known where the information led us to. I mean, the news services were summarizing it years ago. I'll yield the floor now, Mr. Chair. I wouldn't mind maybe being put back on the list for the next round of speakers, but I will allow other colleagues, if they wish, to weigh in on either the article that I've summarized or the purpose of making a request for such a document when it's not likely to bear out. I mean, I know Mr. Lemire has kind of mentioned that he believes the government has something to hide. I respectfully disagree. And if I felt that there was something to hide, I certainly wouldn't be summarizing on the record an article that was quite critical of the government and actually references the memo that Mr. Lemire had mentioned. So this kind of, I don't want to use the word conspiracy because that kind of connotes
Order, everyone.
kind of connotes something that might be a little kind of out in left field. But I want to make sure that we are careful when we say, such and such has something to hide, because, people watching this or who may read a summary of this meeting could be potentially misled. And it's certainly not incumbent on me to tell folks what to think about what they're reading about transcripts, but it is incumbent upon me, and I think all of us, to make sure that folks are well informed and that they are receiving information that's based in reality and in fact. So the submission that the government is trying to hide something, I would have to respectfully disagree with quite strongly. And the submission that the only way to come to a resolution among all these colleagues around the table is to produce some, random document that's already been referenced in news articles. I'm not sure that's getting us where we want to be. I think it also risks us spending a lot of time talking about something that might not necessarily, again, yield out in something that's useful for all of us. Again, I said I was going to yield, so I yield, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Just before I turn to Mr. Lemire, Ms. Khalid, welcome back. I wasn't sure when you came in if you were waving to say hello or if you're waving to speak, so I thought I'd better clarify that.
I was waiting to just add my name to the list, just in case.
I'm glad I checked. I'd hate to be brought before the speaker again. Mr. Lemire, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Chair. I will draw from this demonstration worthy of Fidel Castro that it was indeed a clear loss of time. If we're talking about people's intelligence, you don't do that type of address. But there was an interesting interpretation. A $900 million contract is a monster contract, and that's why we're requesting documents, and that's why we're requesting the proof. My argument remains, what is the government trying to hide now? If such an eloquent demonstration of panic has been made, for several minutes and, in fact, several hours now. Mr. Chair, I'd ask that we please vote now on the sub-amendment.
Can you have a speaking list? Ms. Khalid, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. First off, I can tell you that it is definitely a really, really great pleasure to see you again sitting in that chair and to be back in this committee of public accounts. And also, I guess I love that tradition maintains itself. That we're still on document production 2 years later since I've left. So I do look at the text of the motion, and I'm just coming out of HUMA, and the motion that we were debating in HUMA was basically the exact same motion. So my question, I guess, and I hope that members will indulge me as I pontificate on this, is why are multiple committees asking for millions of pages of documents to be produced within 30 days? My understanding is what this motion is requiring, and then trying to understand also where we are at with this. I mean, like in HUMA, the committee has witnesses that are relevant to the documents that are being requested here. They have the officials coming before them on May 7th. To me, I would feel that it would be more productive, more efficient use of the committee's time to perhaps bring in the witnesses instead of putting all of that burden on public officials to say, hey folks, we know that you've got a lot going on. You're supporting us day in, day out in committees, within all aspects of public service. And then now you have to translate these million pages of documents, which we may or may not read. And I think that there's a better way forward, to be honest. I think that there's a way for us to say, hey, you know what, these are the specific areas that we are challenged in, that we have questions on. Why don't we bring in the relevant departments, the relevant officials, as HUMA is already doing? And I know that members have the ability to sit in on various committees if they're interested in the type of work that's being done there, and be efficient instead of wasting thousands of hours of our public service, instead of wasting so many of our very valuable resources that we rely on to maintain this place, to maintain committees, and then also to be a little bit more mindful as to how we spend Canadian tax dollars. I know that there's been questions around whether government is to be trusted, and those questions have been asked by opposition parties, not since we've been in government, but since the beginning of Parliament, all in all. I think that it's time, Mr. Chair, for us to kind of move beyond that. You know, I think that public accounts fulfills a really important role within our parliamentary system. I think government operations fulfills a very important role within our parliamentary system. But I also think that it's important for us to use these committees for the purpose of which they're built. And by forcing document production on something that we don't need to do when we already have access to that information, as was clearly outlined by Ms. Tesser, I'm just not sure why we are spending all of this time, these resources, in debating something that we could have built with consensus. And Mr. Chair, I'm sure you may remember that when I used to sit on this committee, I tried my level best to build consensus amongst members, to say, look, I know you may not like that, Mr. Chair, but it was the truth. I had a good relationship with the majority of the members on this committee, tried to see, hey, what can we do to make sure that we can move our objective as a committee forward? And I think that would probably be the better way forward. And as I said in HUMA just now as well, that when we have access to resources, when we have access to department officials, it just does not make sense to me to request so many documents and then have them translated, because we do have to respect both of our languages in our country, to read them or not read them, but to stall the work that the committee could actually be doing. I mean, we are anticipating a spring economic statement shortly. We have a lot of things on the go in this committee, and I think it would be prudent for all committee members to consider whether or not what is before us today is actually helpful or hurtful to the objective of our committee. So I will leave it there, Mr. Chair. It's great to see you, and I wish you the very, very best, and I hope that I'll be back again very soon to continue to add to the conversation in this very important committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I do see Mr. Osborne. There's lots of Ms. Testerksen, but so I'll go to Ms. Yip, please, and then Mr. McKinnon. Ms. Yip, you have the floor.
Oh, okay. It's wonderful to see my former public accounts colleague, Ms. Khalid, to be back and to be speaking on such an issue and sharing her wisdom. Thank you for that. It also brings back memories of public accounts and what we studied probably over a year and a half ago. I remember that there was a request for documents, and there was a big deal about looking at costs of contracts and so forth. And there was a lot of time spent finding the documents, translating them, and then the staff had to also provide redactions, and it took up a lot of resources. It also detracted from our work on committee here in public accounts. We all had to take extra time aside from our normal committee work to go into a special room where we could peruse through the documents, and there were a lot of documents, and so much so that you didn't know really what you're looking for. And so this is why I feel with this, we have to really look at the scope. We have to look at what is it really that we're looking at, so as not to make it a fishing expedition. When I was looking at those contracts and all those pharmaceutical companies, it was like looking for a reason, and there were just thousands of pages to go through. I did not feel that it was a good use of our committee's time, and at the end of the day, what came out of it? Nothing. And I would hate to use our scarce resource committee time here for the exact same reason. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McKinnon, please.
I just wanted to build on to what Ms. Khalid said, as well as what Ms. Yip has said as well. Again, I mean, firstly, the fact that HUMA is looking at this exact same document production request is a problem for me. I mean, we don't need both committees doing this or asking for this. It makes me question the motives of doing this. But in any case, as Ms. Khalid mentioned, we could see, I mean, and we're trying to narrow down the scope to focus it. But as originally asked for, we're looking at arguably millions of documents. So we want to have these millions of documents.
I'm going to just interject. I'm just going to nudge you over. I will highlight this is about one document now, and it is this document that Mr. Lemire was talking, dated 27 May. So I appreciate what you're saying. I know you still have an issue with the whole motion, but we're on amendment now seeking one document. So I'll just direct you back to that memo that was written.
Fair enough.
You have the floor.
I'll go back to my older problem later. Again, I would emphasize what Ms. Desser-Dirksen said about there's really no need to incorporate this into the motion. It's available. It's public available. It's you know, we can bring it in and introduce it anytime we like. Anyway, I'll leave it there.
Mr. Osborne, so just going forward, if you miss your turn, I do want you to, going forward, signal again that you do want to speak. So, but Mr. Osborne, go ahead.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Fair enough, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate that. I was trying to make progress through the back door to see if we could move this along, but in any event, Mr. Speaker, or sorry, Mr. Chair, I may be wishing something upon you, maybe, but Mr. Chair, the benefit delivery modernization system, it's the largest IT transformation in Canada's history. So think about that for a moment, because something of this magnitude, something this large, were there bumps in the road? Well, undoubtedly. I mean, this is a monumental modernization program, and it will deliver old age security, employment insurance, and Canada pension to Canadians for generations to come. So do we have to get it right? Absolutely. Are there people that are not being properly served yet as a result? Absolutely. And we need to focus on how we fix that. The old benefit system or delivery system was fragile. It was experiencing constant outages, expensive to maintain. So government had to move forward with a modern, reliable, efficient system, and that's exactly what this system will do. And I understand the concern by Mr. Lemire that, you know, not everybody is being serviced properly by this yet. That brings me to the document that's being requested. If we're looking for a document from the clerk of Privy Council to a former Prime Minister, I'm not sure what that accomplishes in fixing the problem going forward. You know, and I'm not sure at this stage if Mr. Trudeau is even worried that this document, you know, so I'm not sure what we're accomplishing with this document. I am more focused on getting this right, on focusing the attention of, which is part of, you know, the abundance of documents, the millions of documents, and the concern. And I know we're speaking of one document here, but we should be more focused on getting this right going forward than finding out what happened under a previous Prime Minister. You know, so I would ask again, I mean, what's the benefit of this particular document? And should we not be more focused on how do we ensure that your constituents and Mr. Deltel's constituents, I think is mostly in Quebec, that the concern is right now that this system is fixed and we are getting the benefits to your constituents. You know, if this document was to fix that, then I would see the benefit. But the focus should be, which is why I had advocated earlier, and Ms. Dirkson's attempt at an amendment was to get the Auditor General in and find out where the gaps are, how we fix this. Isn't that what we're here for, to fix things in government, to ensure that we bring things, you know, whole government or departments, whole bureaucrats, if they're not doing things the way they should be, to ensure that we fix things, that we get them right, so that your constituents, all constituents across the country are getting the benefits that they deserve in a timely manner. Bringing the Auditor General in will not only ensure, you know, look at what went right, but what went wrong and how we fix what's not working properly. So again, I contend that, you know, that is what we should be focused on. What we are trying to do on this side is, you know, if we brought the Auditor General in, if there are areas that her staff can look at ensuring that we get to the root of the problems, that we do that. You know, a study by this committee, bringing witnesses in and having them testify, will do that. Digging up a dinosaur, I'm not sure fixes what's happening today or going forward.
Sounds like you're done, Mr. Osborne. Ms. Tessa Dirksen, I'll give you your gimme. Did you want to speak? You were away from the desk. I do have Mr. Lemire if...
I'm okay to yield to Mr. Lemire, but I do have some more
So I'll come back
thoughts.
to you.
Yeah, if you
Okay.
don't mind. Thank you.
Oui, Mr. Lemire.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Chair. You know, it's been about a week now that more or less intense negotiations have been taking place to see if we can agree. I think we've just seen a demonstration, a fairly eloquent one, from the filibustering government, that there is indeed reason to raise this issue. And I'm sincerely asking myself, even if we don't vote on the motion today, and there may even be two new Liberals who appear by magic at the committee who will overturn the vote. We're addressing Canadians, Quebecers and Canadians tonight, however, and journalists as the fourth pillar. They are watching what we're doing and are clearly saying that the government had something to hide. No matter what happens tonight, I will leave here head high with the feeling that I've done my job right to the end. This committee and my honorable colleagues across the way have voted in favor of shedding light on a situation. And yet elsewhere, committees have voted against this motion. What have we voted on? Shedding light on Curram, Phoenix, and now there will be a new investigation on Carrum, as well as Dayforce. We know there will also be one on Prescribe It. All IT programs that repeat the same mistakes and are costing us taxpayers millions of dollars. Now I'm asking that a document be produced, a document that is at the very base of our democratic system. It is a matter of confidence and accountability. They have access to a document which I don't have access to, which members of the opposition does not have access to, and yet this document demonstrates their guilt and responsibility with regard to cost overruns. Are we going to have time for a vote? If the Liberals are working in good faith, I would expect that they'll mention when they have their majority in their committees that they present a new motion that will speak of the roles, the Auditor General's roles, and that will allow the various officials to be invited, including Mr. Groen, mentioned by MP Tesser Dirksen, that the Liberals will invite, that will explain rather how this program was built. Was it built to include 2 tax returns? What does the program take into account the Quebec difference? Will it be possible to integrate 2 tax returns into this system? Can we have the officials respond to questions about the most vulnerable Canadians? Will there be answers with regard to the backlog? 45,000 people, 54,000 people rather, still waiting. And what about all the other IT contracts? Currently, we're establishing the credibility of this Liberal government, which bought a majority thanks to floor crossers and thanks to a cynicism towards democracy. The issue here is, can we trust our highest institutions, that is the Prime Minister's office and the Privy Council? What we're demonstrating here, the very day when the Liberals will receive their majority that they tore from citizens, we're understanding that it had something to hide today. I'm convinced that millions of Canadians are regretting their choice right now, and they'll find the time heavy in the coming years. There will be questions that have to be asked on various private firms and IT programs. Brookfield comes to mind. Will the government welcome businesses such as Adventure? Perhaps it's crazy what I'm asking, but perhaps not. Will we have answers to these questions? I'm keen to see how things will evolve in the coming years and what respect for democracy and the role of MPs and parliamentary privilege the Liberal government will have. But currently, it's a terrible failure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I do thank my colleague for his sobering words. I do feel like I need to address some of what my honourable colleague was referring to. He mentioned numerous times about a majority. He said it was torn from citizens. So I want to kind of start by acknowledging something I think gets lost a lot in the noise of procedural debate, and it's that this government was elected to govern. The Canadian people, last year, April 2025, they gave the Liberal Party almost 44% of the popular vote. Okay, it's the highest vote share of any federal party since 1984. I was 6 years old the last time a government got that type of popular vote. So more Canadians, by share of the electorate, chose this government than any government in the past 4 decades. So the rhetoric of electing a minority should only be based in understanding our electoral system, not in vitriol, and that undermines public faith in our system. And I raise this, I'm not gloating, I'm not trying to rub salt in the wound, because I will acknowledge, again, I said I was a student of history. There will come a time when I could very likely be on the other side. In fact, it's almost inevitable that eventually, we find ourselves in opposition. Right now, we're not, but we very well could. It's important that we talk about this because we're being asked to treat the composition of this committee as though it reflects some kind of, higher democratic truth as though the current opposition-weighted arrangement is the authentic expression of the Canadian public's will. I don't think it necessarily is. It's an artifact of a sessional order that was made at the beginning of this Parliament when the seat count was different, and it no longer reflects the reality of the House. Before I want to go further, I do want to address something directly for Canadians, and my honourable colleague mentioned Canadians will be watching this because I think this committee deserves candour as well. So some folks, whether they're in the opposition or not, might argue that what this government is proposing is, I think if I'm going to summarize what Mr. Lemire said, a power grab is probably maybe the words he might use, that we're using a cobbled together majority to seize control of institutions that are meant to hold us to account. So that's kind of instructive, that rhetoric. And it's not because it's necessarily persuasive, although Mr. Lemire speaks very persuasively, but maybe more so because of where it comes from. Right? So in 2011, I recall that the Conservative Party of Canada won a majority government with 166 seats. So
Point of order,
full majority
relevance.
control of every committee.
I am.
Where are you going with this?
Ms. Testa-Dirksen is responding to Lemire. I'm going to allow it for a little longer, but then I'm going to get back to the amendment. Go ahead, Ms. Testa-Dirksen.
Okay, I'll try and keep it on point, Mr. Chair. I do understand we've been here a while and folks are getting impatient. And I've spoken a lot. So 2011, Conservative Party of Canada had 166 seats, full majority control of every committee in Parliament, including this one, I think the Ethics Committee and Government Operations, and they exercised that majority without a constitutional crisis. We got through that, and there were some good times. Without extended reflection on whether majority governments ought to moderate themselves, they governed as a majority the way a majority government governs, with a majority. And they did so with 39.62% of the popular vote, which is very impressive also. So I'm not arguing that the 2011 result was in any way illegitimate. It was less than the result in 1984. It was not. So first past the post systems we operate under, everyone in this room understood when they sought election. The first past the post system.
I'm going to nudge you back.
Okay,
I gave you a response to Mr. Lemire, who was off the amendment, but as a sponsoring, I allowed it. I allow your response. I would like you to direct you back to the amendment, which is this letter dated May 27 to include it in the motion. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I acknowledge that we're dealing with a very specific sub-amendment. But the comments of my colleague, which I understand may have come from a place of maybe a little bit of frustration with what's happening, nonetheless did imply that there was we were hiding something, that we would be using a majority to contravene the democratic will of Canadians. So I feel that deserves a proper address. So I will try to wrap up my comments, but I do want to make sure that this is addressed properly. So I will refer to our government House leader because he's been pretty clear and consistent on this point, that it's a long-standing principle of our Westminster parliamentary democracy that the composition of committees reflects the composition of the House. This is not something that the Liberal Party invented or any party invented. It's not a convenience that we just conjured up. It's the foundational logic of a representative government. And the House speaks, the committees reflect the House. When the House changes, so must the committees. And frankly, given that we are going to have a majority very shortly, and we know this, we have been very willing. My colleagues have spoken a great deal with my colleague, Mr. Lemire, trying to sort out a resolution on this motion. And here we are. So despite the fact that, for better or worse, we end up with a majority, there have been genuine efforts in good faith to negotiate a resolution. Now, admittedly, we have some red lines that we are not willing to cross, and that happens in every negotiation. And there has been some success. And unfortunately, we find ourselves at a bit of an impasse here with this most recent sub-amendment. And just if you'll allow me a moment, I come from a legal background where we do a lot of negotiating, and we go in with expectations, and our clients tell us where their bottom lines, and sometimes we're able to find resolution, and through discussion and good faith suggestions and amendments, we're able to come to a resolution before we have to go before the judge and annoy the judge with our arguments. And sometimes we can't. And I'm not sure where we are yet. We still have some time to debate further amendments that are going to come forward. On this particular matter, though, we seem to have found ourselves at a red line, unfortunately. And I would hate for this particular sub-amendment to cause all the work that had been done in negotiating the overall intention of the motion to go by the wayside because we're hung up on this one point. So at the risk of annoying the committee further, Mr. Chair, I will continue on the thoughts I had about the comments Mr. Lemire had made about the majority nature that we are shortly to find ourselves in. So I'll talk about public accounts maybe instead, because that might be more relevant. So the three oversight committee, or the four oversight committees, three oversight committees, public accounts, government operations and ethics, the opposition, those are opposition chaired committees, and rightfully so. And I want to engage with a particular argument kind of seriously around that, because I think serious engagement is what this committee deserves. And that argument is that we're resting on a premise that there are two categories of committee. We've got our legislative, where majority control is appropriate, and oversight, where it is not. But that distinction is not found in the standing orders. It's not a constitutional principle. It's a narrative. And this kind of gets back to what we were discussing, Mr. Chair, about the reading of articles into the record. There's conventions that may run in contravention to standing orders that may not exist or might be silent on those conventions. The mandate of this committee, plainly stated, is to review and report on the public accounts of Canada and the reports of the Auditor General. And she's come up quite a bit in our discussions tonight. This mandate doesn't change based on who holds a majority. The Auditor General is independent. The Office of the Auditor General is independent as well. The reports they table come to this committee regardless of its composition, whether we're in a minority or majority government, and the witnesses who appear here testify under parliamentary rules regardless of who chairs the meeting. What opposition colleagues might actually be arguing is that majority control of oversight committees is structurally impossible, and I'm not sure that that makes a lot of sense, because it was managed fine in previous governments where a different party formed the majority. Mr. Chair, I think it's important we take a moment to reflect on the committee's work, because I do genuinely care about it, as I've mentioned numerous times tonight. And I think the roadblocks that we're facing right now could be doing a disservice to this community. So we had a productive session at public accounts in the past. We've studied numerous serious matters. The Auditor General's work on cybersecurity, which kind of speaks a little bit in the IT context to what we're talking about tonight. The contact centers. That was a study that produced real findings about service failures affecting millions of Canadians who could not reach an agency by phone. And in fact, we had CRA and the Secretary of State of CRA come and speak to us on that. People who wait and receive nothing. And we studied fighter jet procurement. We've asked hard questions about IT modernization. And this is meaningful work, and I would like to get back to it. What I don't want is for the proceedings of this committee to be consumed week after week by, what could be construed as procedural maneuvering designed not to improve governance necessarily, but to preserve, advantages that certain members of the opposition might have. It doesn't generate accountability, and it does not get Canadians answers about whether their pensions and EI systems will survive the next decade. It runs the clock, ironically, and along with it, the patience and faith of Canadians in our political system. And about running out the clock, Mr. Chair, running the clock is not accountability, it's the opposite. And I want to address an argument that's been raised, and it has been raised by colleagues in various parties, so I want to be respectful and engage with it. And the argument that this government was not elected as a majority, that our Prime Minister, in the words of a member, MPs might have been convinced to cross the floor and suddenly become deeply convicted Liberals all of a sudden. And the presumption that it's not appropriate for us to exercise majority powers. I understand that sentiment. Floor crossing can be politically uncomfortable, and the optics are imperfect, and I won't pretend otherwise. But I will not, I missed that. I will note that these have occurred in other governments. And the constitutional principle at stake is not how morally pure a majority was assembled. It's rather that the government commands the confidence of the House. That's essentially what this comes down to, right? And the government does. 174 seats. It's been tested on confidence votes, and we have kept the confidence of the House, and I'm confident that we will continue to do so, I can reasonably presume. So if other members want to argue that floor crossings were improper, there's a remedy to alleviate
Excuse me,
them.
Ms. Tessa-Dirksen, I'm going to have you, no one's actually made those arguments at this committee. It sounds like your arguments were better for the motion 9 at the House of Commons. I'm going to ask you to bring your comments bearing on the amendment about the May 22nd 11. The floor is still yours.
Sure.
But you're addressing debates and allegations that weren't made here. So the floor is yours. Back to this letter dated 27 May between the clerk of the Privy Council and the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do appreciate that. And I don't think I would have felt compelled to get into this discussion had my honourable colleague not brought up the fact that he was concerned about the government hiding things and that we knew we were on the doorstep of a majority that would mean we could just steamroll through the process of this committee. So, because I do, Mr. Chair, have enormous respect for the institutions of this committee. I have enormous respect for the work that gets done here. It's unglamorous at times. It can be painstaking. Maybe you're feeling pained right now. Frequently, technical work of reviewing these public accounts and the auditor's reports and departmental action plans. This is work that rarely makes the front page, right? We don't get a lot of glamorous attention on our work, but it's so crucially important. And it's ironically work that Canadian public rarely sees directly, but they depend on enormously. And what Monsieur Lemire has brought forward in his motion and what he's attempting to achieve through what I would presume he's trying to achieve through this sub-amendment of the production of this document is to make sure that those Canadians who depend on the work of this committee can continue to depend on it and rely on it. And I spoke at length earlier about the vulnerable folks who need that money in their accounts each month. It's because I respect this work that I find it frustrating to watch it being used instrumentally sometimes as a venue for delay. And I don't say this with anger, Mr. Chair. I say it with genuine concern because the pattern that we see sometimes, or we see evolving right now at public accounts, is not unique to this committee, and other committees have been referenced already. It's the spread of what could potentially be a more dangerous method of political engagement that can sometimes reach the most accountable and trustworthy branches of Parliament. And it's part of a broader approach to opposition that sometimes will define parliaments from their early days. I would hate to see us take an approach that prioritizes disruption over engagement. And that's one of the reasons I think I could speak for my colleagues that we have been very eager and willing to engage with Monsieur Lemire on this very important motion over the past week or more at this point, even though, as Mr. Lemire pointed out, we are on the cusp of having a big change at this committee. So this approach of potentially prioritizing disruption over engagement, I would argue it can cost Canadians real things. So real oversight can be sacrificed, real study, we lose accountability, and this comes because of sometimes partisan positioning and what can sometimes be campaign sound bites, it sounds like. So I've already said that Parliament exists to represent Canadian people and to translate their choices at the ballot box into laws, into budgets, into daily exercise of the government, and it exists to hold the executive to account, yes, but it also exists to enable a government with a mandate to implement that mandate. So these two functions are not in opposition, they're actually complementary. Accountability without governance is just paralysis. Governance without accountability is unchecked power. And the system works in a symbiotic nature when these functions operate together in good faith. And so what I'm seeing in this debate, and just by the comments that my friend Monsieur Lemire did raise, and I understand his concerns, but I want to make sure Canadians understand that myself, and I will take the liberty of speaking for some of my colleagues, that what I'm seeing here, and I say it carefully and I mean it seriously, is that one side treating accountability as a tool of obstruction seems to be happening rather than as a function of government. So accountability should produce answers. It should produce recommendations. It should produce reports that go to the House. and ultimately shape how government operates. What it should not produce is an indefinite procedural standoff whose primary purpose is to deny the government the ability to function effectively. So the opposition may say, Mr. Chair, that's exactly what you would say, you know, that a government always claims its opponents are obstructing rather than holding it to account. And they are right that such an accusation has been made before, sometimes unfairly, sometimes fairly. So let me be specific, if I may. I'm not arguing that the opposition should stop scrutinizing this government. I'm not arguing that uncomfortable questions should not be asked. That's the point of what we do here. We grill each other sometimes. We hold our feet to the fire. We make sure that that accountability is there. I'm not arguing that this committee's work should become a rubber stamp either. And in fact, I think we do really valuable work at this committee as far as really asking hard questions of the witnesses that come before us. And I will say, I'm going to take us back to, would have been maybe August of last year when I attended the Public Accounts Conference in Regina. Ms. Cusey may remember because we were there together. And when I was really learning about the crux of what public accounts does. And I was very happy and intrigued and inspired to learn that it's supposed to be a nonpartisan committee where we can actually, as government members, as opposition members, ask questions of officials that are not just to highlight the good things that our respective parties might be doing, but to actually drill into the important oversights that might be made by departments and find gaps where the government has fallen down, which the Auditor General does for us on a regular basis, and which I think we do a pretty good job of engaging with and making sure that we're asking those hard questions as well, not just glossing over them, and not just allowing our opposition colleagues to ask all the hard questions. We should be doing the same. So I'm not arguing that opposition should stop scrutinizing this government, and I want those uncomfortable questions to continue because I think that's where real work happens and where real enlightenment can happen. But this is a question of arithmetic. If I'm getting back to Monsieur Lemire's comments about his concern about the majority that we're on the brink of, and the procedural energy being devoted to resisting. This is energy that could be spent on vast possibilities of work being accomplished on behalf of Canadians, on the cybersecurity study, on the defense recruitment, on IT modernization, on the public accounts, on real work. And this is the cost that rarely gets named in these debates, not the cost to us as parliamentarians. We're not the victims here, right? The cost to the public, the cost that's measured in committee hours spent on procedural motions rather than ministerial testimony. And just on the point of ministerial testimony, I know that in one of the motions, amendments suggested by my colleagues, one thing we really want to see is to have more departmental officials, the Auditor General, perhaps ministers and their deputies to come before us. I think that's where a lot of valuable information can be found. These costs are measured in committee hours spent on these procedural motions rather than testimonial time we could be spending. And it's measured in studies that get delayed, in reports that are not written, in recommendations that are not made. These costs are real, and they are borne by Canadians. They deserve to be named. And I know, Mr. Chair, that you are one of the chairs who really believes strongly in having things produced so that we can show the work we're doing to Canadians, getting through those reports and showing the work and the time that we spend here in real, tangible results. And also, perhaps more importantly, there's a cost to our institutions. Right, so political ploys sometimes can undermine public faith in governance, and they can further erode waning trust in our parliament. And I say this because I mentioned earlier, I do get concerned when people will verbalize speculation they have about what I referred to as conspiracies, that the government might be hiding something. And so I think it's important to call it out because Canadians are watching, and what they're seeing when they tune into proceedings like this is not necessarily going to be rigorous accountability if we are spending extensive amounts of time debating amendments which are not, again, going to yield out in the results that they expect us to come to. What they end up seeing is a committee that might be paralyzed by a debate about who gets to do what, who gets to sit where. So they're seeing parliamentary time, their time, which they pay for through their taxes, consumed not by the study of how their money is being spent, but by procedural standoffs which primary purpose is to preserve advantages on one side or the other that the elected House no longer supports, in this case, an oppositional advantage. Every hour that this committee spends on filibustering a straightforward motion about seat composition is an hour that confirms for a skeptical public that Parliament's more interested in itself sometimes more than in themselves. That people, they sent us here to hold government to account, and they are the people that are sent here to hold government to account sometimes become unaccountable, right? To the basic expectation that they show up and do the work. And this trust in democratic institutions in this country has been declining for years. And we've seen it in voter turnout. We see that there is an apathy among Canadian voters sometimes, and that they don't feel like their vote counts. Now, luckily, in this past election, although it was stressful for a number of ridings, including my own, we did see that very narrow margins of victory showed Canadians that their votes do, in fact, count to a great degree. So, Mr. Chair, this Parliament exists because Canadians chose it through those elections. They went to the polling stations. Some of them waited in lines for hours. Some of them took time off work. They were voting for the first time, many of them, and they made a choice. They chose this government with the largest share of the popular vote in 40 years. And they chose an opposition to scrutinize
you're now
it.
back on motion
Okay.
9 again in the House of Commons. The people sent us here to deal with this
Yes.
amendment on the
Okay.
May 27th, 2022 letter.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I appreciate that. I've spoken at length this afternoon. I won't necessarily apologize for speaking so long, because I think it's important that we all have our moment to say our piece. And the rules of this committee permit me to do so, and the importance of the question, I believe, warrants it. But I do want to be honest, I didn't come here today hoping to spend hours on a motion about numbers, about committee seats. I came here because this is where the work is done, where the Auditor General's findings are examined, where deputy ministers are questioned, where the gap between government promises and what we deliver is measured. And I understand that's what my colleague is after as well. And I think we all agree that that's the result we want to arrive at. I just think, well, it's obvious that we have differing opinions on how we get there. So I'll end where I began. This government received a mandate. It has earned the confidence of this House. It's asking for nothing more than what every majority government before it has received as a matter of course, committee composition that reflects the will of the elected chamber. So to refer back to Monsieur Lemire's comments about the pending majority that we
Ms.
will
Tester,
shortly be
you are
within.
beginning to repeat
Okay.
yourself back
All right,
to
I
the
know.
May 27th,
Yeah, you know what? I'll end it there.
2022.
I'm gonna urge all of us. I think it's important that we all weigh in on this, because this committee, I believe, Mr. Chair, is a microcosm for what Canadians are feeling about much larger issues as well. So, and I think this talk of the majority composition is something that's been occupying the news cycle quite a bit. And it's been occupying the minds of Canadians. All of a sudden, many people have opinions about it. Maybe people who weren't necessarily politically engaged before now have opinions about floor crossers and majorities and minorities and all that other stuff. So I think it's great if we can weigh in on it together. And again, I repeat myself extensively when I say I acknowledge that my friend Mr. Lemire has brought a very important issue before this committee. I've spent a lot of time summarizing that article, which was critical of the government, and I think we should be critical when things go wrong so that we can make sure that things improve ultimately to make the lives of Canadians better. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Oui, Monsieur Lemire.
Merci, monsieur.
Thank you, Chair. What a nice evening that we're able to pass together. I'd like to react to some of the points. The MP, and I'd like to refer to an article, Lise Bergeron in La Presse. I don't think our colleague will be able to do 2 hours of filibustering on this article, but it says that this article says that with the Curum cost overruns, we could have bought 3 Champlain bridges and 21 F-35s, 13,200 houses in Canada. Why am I mentioning these? She mentioned the importance of our officials. With the cost overrun on Curum, we would have been able to purchase 3,133 officials, government officials, with the average salary of $162,000. If we take the money that went to Curram from 2017 to 2031, the $6.6 billion could have gone to 3,133 government officials, contributing to the well-being of government and of Quebecers and Canadians. I listened attentively to what was said. This money could have gone to 31,279 MPs or 343 MPs for 91 years. This is what we could have spent on, use the money for Curram for, but this money instead went to Curram. We can also mention liberal values. We've talked about accountability. It's clearly been demonstrated tonight that accountability is not important. Why? Because there have been floor crossers. Who are these people? Some of them may have felt bullied by their former leader and decided to make the switch to the Liberals. I'm particularly interested, however, in the mandate that these MPs receive from their voters. For example, voters in Markham, just a second, let me find the writing name. Markham Unionville. Voters in Markham Unionville discovered that not only did they not vote for a Conservative, but that they voted for someone who is able to criticize people who want to defend human rights, who defend countries that trample human rights, and particularly those of children, and that attack other territories, legitimate territories that, in fact, proceed with genocide and assimilation. Point of order, Mr. Lemire.
Discussing right now?
À l'image de votre collègue, Monsieur le Président.
Just like your colleague, Chair, perhaps you can go back to the amendment that concerns the briefing note of May 27th, 2022. The Sarnia Lambton MP, the Sarnia Lambton voters voted for someone who was against vaccines, who supported very tough motions on gender equality. I will nonetheless respect your point of order, Chair. Do you know what happened last year? Something fantastic. Deputy MP Birdle told me that with my motion, I would receive truckfuls of documents this summer. I would be buried in them. I could hear the truck reversing onto me. And Mr. Biddle said that I would be searching for a needle in a haystack just to find one single document that was critical of the Liberals. Well, guess what? We found the document. We found the document without producing one single document of the million. This briefing note from the Privy Council clerk sent to the Prime Minister clearly proved the government culpability. This document was in fact reviewed by the government legitimately. Why? Because they have access to it. I don't have access to it. Canadians don't have access to it. They went and read this briefing note and said, let's spend our evening filibustering and hiding the information in this note. It should never come to light. Why? Because it has to do with the heart of our democracy. The costs are incredible. I'm going to sleep well tonight. Why? Because we have done the impossible. We have found the document that will damn the Liberals without having to demand the production of any documents. This motion is even more in the public interest than I thought it was when I began.
Merci beaucoup, Mr. Lemire. Yes, Mr. Osborne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for the record, I have no idea what's in this document. I've never seen it. I've never read it. It's just that, one of the red lines for us was the Prime Minister's office and Privy Council office, and this is sort of doing through the back door what couldn't be done through the front door. That's the only reason. I have no idea, Mr. Lemire, what's in this document. I have no idea what it contains. Nor do I care. As I said in an earlier statement, I'm more focused on moving forward and finding out how we make this system better, how in the future, if we have other systems, if they can be done more efficiently or less costly, how we can do that. So I just wanted to put that on the record. This is not about the wording of a particular document, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Tessa-Dirksen, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just feeling compelled to respond to the very passionate words of my friend and colleague, Monsieur Lemire. You'll recall just about an hour ago, I summarized the article that Monsieur Lemire had referenced. And in fact, right in that article, it did reference Madame Charrette's memo. And if I recall correctly, the article quoted her as saying, this project has experienced repeated delays. And the point of the memo to the Prime Minister of the day was to bring him up to speed on those major digital projects in the federal government. 3, including a replacement for Phoenix, were progressing acceptably in the early phases, and the benefits overhaul, which is the one at issue that we're talking about today, was the 4th program there. That the article referenced that the memo had been signed by Janice Charrette, the clerk of the Privy Council at the time, and that she was the very top federal public servant. And the document warned, in this article, it said the document warned that the benefits project had missed many milestones and had failed to spend money budgeted for it. And the article also said that officials in multiple oversight roles, this was in Madame Charrette's memo, in her words, quote, have raised concerns about ESDC's capacity to deliver under the set timeline and budgets. In addition, she wrote about federal computer systems generally. She said that institutional knowledge about custom design systems, function, and interdependencies have not been captured and communicated over time.
Chair.
Government is critically low in the expertise needed for legacy. I mean, the article goes on and on, speaking about the essence.
Point of order.
Madame Tessa-Dirksen. Oui, Monsieur Lemire.
Yes, Mr. Lemire. I know we still have another hour to spend together. However, the same elements cannot be repeated according to rule. I can request that my colleague find out something else.
Reminder, not exact. You can stick to the, what was that date again? 27 May 2022.
Yes.
This amendment to all members. I know members on both sides have gotten away from that. I'm just going to keep trying to pull you back to it.
Thank
Floor is
you.
yours.
Thank you, Chair. It's not an easy job, and you're doing well with it. The reason I felt compelled to re-summarize what I had talked about in the article is because Monsieur Lemire had said that, or alluded to the fact that he felt it was a smoking gun and there was lots to hide. But in fact, this article had very good understanding of what was in the document, and it captured the essence of what Madame Charrette at the time was presenting to the Prime Minister of the day, that there are concerns about the capacity of the departments to deliver under those set timelines and budget. I really don't think we're going to get much more than that. And I think it would be time much better spent to have the Auditor General review this in detail. And as she does so aptly every time she's before us, explain to us where the gaps were, what recommendations she would put in place to make sure that we don't repeat those mistakes. Because again, we get back to the essential issue of Canadians depending on this money for their well-being. I do want to comment as well, Mr. Chair, on Monsieur Lemire's comments about some of our new colleagues. And I would caution anyone to be overly critical about people who may change beliefs or value systems from time to time. I mean, I think back to a time I was raised in a very traditional, frankly, conservative Catholic home and had a particular opinion I was brought up with that changed as I grew older. And as we're exposed to more experiences and we gather more perspectives of a more varied sort, and we're able to compile those perspectives of other people that come from different places in life and come to a new understanding of a position we might hold that might be diametrically different from what we had previously. And I would not want to deny any human being the ability to change their mind on something that informs their values so critically. So I just caution us to be a little bit mindful that there are times in the past where we've probably held positions that are very different from what we might hold now. And it's important to remember that we should, in the spirit of compassion and understanding, allow people to make those changes. And ultimately, it will be within their own conscience that they have to deal with that. But I know my colleague is a good person and he has a good heart, and I'm sure he understands that what I'm trying to say here by allowing some grace to people who have a change of heart from time to time. And ultimately, matters of conscience will almost inevitably inform our politics as well. And this is something that I think we see happen regularly across all governments. René Levesque, yeah. So I appreciate the opportunity to address those issues with Mr. Lemire. And just to wrap up, Mr. Chair, and I won't talk much longer on this, but again, getting back to the comments he made about a majority that had been foisted upon
Ms.
the citizens of
Tessa-Dirksen,
Canada.
you're now...
One sentence, I'll just say, Mr. Chair, that we did have 3 by-elections in which Canadians could have rejected a majority government, and 3 times they said majority, majority, majority. And that's what we are here with now. So thank you so much. I thank my colleague for those comments.
Thank you. So I've allowed some back and forth from the opposition and the government, but Mr. McKinnon, I know you're going to address this amendment, and that's where we're coming back to, the amendment to produce the letter of May 27th, 2022, and I'm going to begin to guide members a little more firmly as you line up one another to discuss this amendment. You have the floor, please.
Yes, I am, but I do want to quibble about a couple of things. Many people have said that Canadians didn't elect a majority government or whatever. I would like to point out that we don't elect governments in Canada. We elect individual representatives. And depending on the parties that are elected in the numbers, that's how we form a government. We do not elect them. So if members wish to change their viewpoints, or they lose confidence in their leadership and they wish to change parties, that's totally correct and appropriate. I also want to mention that in regard to this motion of this amendment of Mr. Lemire, I started out thinking, yeah, I'll support that. But I've been listening to innuendo and slander from Mr. Lemire about how it's proof that our concern about trying to keep the document retrieval to be a reasonable and useful thing he suggests that it indicates some sort of a conspiracy to hide information. I have no idea what kind of information would be out there for this, and I certainly know that this is a major undertaking. The document retrieval, absolutely, but it also relates to a major undertaking. This system redevelopment. And I've been in the business long enough to know that's a horrendous job. Lots of things go wrong in the process. I'd be delighted to talk to officials about it and have them help drill it down to find out what we can do better next time. But frankly, even if we solve all the problems of last time, it doesn't make any difference the next time, because technology is changing. The systems are moving on. We have different database systems. We have all kinds of things. So we're going to be always going to be pushing the limits on the technology, and I think the notion that we're going to do this massive study with these massive documents and then miraculously come to an answer that's going to solve our problems going forward is absurd. So at this point, I'm inclined to not support Mr. Lemire's motion or amendment, because frankly, the document's available. We can get that as Ms. Tessa Dirksen has obviously referred to it quite extensively, and it's not a secret document. It's available. We don't have to incorporate that into the document. Anyway, I don't know what my colleagues are feeling about that particular choice, but at this point, I'm inclined to not support Mr. Lemire's motion.
Thank you very much. Clerk, you may now call the roll call, please. We've exhausted the speaking list. This is on the amendment to add, as well as the briefing notes prepared by Janice Shadeh, Clerk of the Privy Council, dated May 27, 2022, for Prime Minister Justin Trudeau.
Mr. McKinnon?
Negative.
Mr. Osborne?
No.
Ms. Tesser-Dirksen?
No.
Ms. Yip?
No.
Mr. Datel?
Oui.
Mr. Kirk?
Yes.
Ms. Garin?
Yes.
Monsieur Lemire?
En faveur.
4-4. You have the casting.
And I vote to affirm that. I vote yay. We now return to motion as amended 4 times. Oui, Monsieur Lemire.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. I move that we vote on the motion. I think we've debated it enough. However, there's a subject that the Liberals are seeking for to filibuster, I think we can talk about changing our minds in life. I think among the most honorable Quebec premiers have truly believed that it is possible to reform Canada, and they, in fact, changed their minds.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you.
Mr. Osborne, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have another amendment, Mr. Chair, and that is to strike out since January 1st, 2017 in the second paragraph.
Are you suggesting we go back to Confederation? Just clarify this, please. So there's an end date on it here. You're proposing to replace it with anything, or just strike out? You said since January. That's in the middle of paragraph 2. You're striking. Is that right?
That's a beginning date, not an end date.
Yeah.
Yes, since January 1, 2022. You want to strike that out?
Yes.
Yes. No. Sorry. January 1st.
Sorry, so since January 1, 2017.
2017.
You want to remove that?
Yes, so that it would actually read documents relating to the modernization of benefit payments, and that the departments responsible for producing.
I do want you to think carefully about that, just as a point of caution, that there's no end date. There's no start date. You understand that?
I do.
You're opening up.
Oh, we want it narrow.
You're opening up the funnel here.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we do want to narrow it, I think, Mr. Chair.
Well, why don't you give me the narrow, then what date you want in there
So
instead?
let me move to the next amendment.
Okay.
We'll consider this and
Yeah.
come back. So the next amendment would be to add of no more than 2 year, no more than 2 after the word first in the last paragraph.
Just repeat that again.
So it would strike out, or sorry, add of no more than 2. So simply adding of no more than 2 after the word first in the last paragraph. That the committee hold the first of no more than 2 meetings on the study.
Sorry, we'll deal with that one. Let the committee hold the first meeting on this study.
That the committee hold the first, and then add of no more than 2
Okay.
meetings.
Okay.
How about we just get rid of
I'm going to just put aside that first date change you had. You can think about it. As I said, I think it's would create more trouble. So that the amendment is that the committee holds the first of no more or of two meetings, basically. That's correct, Mr. Osborne? That's correct. Yes. Oui, Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur le Président,
Chair, I accept the two Liberal amendments.
Do.
Monsieur le Président,
Chair, I accept that we add this amendment to the original motion.
It is accepting that amendment. Shall we vote on it?
no.
Yes. All right. Call the roll call, please.
Mr. McKinnon? Mr. Osborne?
Yes.
Ms. Tesser-Dirksen?
In favor.
Ms. Yep?
Yes.
Monsieur Dautel? Mr. Carrick?
Yes.
Ms. Guérin?
Yes.
Monsieur Lemire?
En faveur.
Go ahead.
4-4.
Very good. We're back now to the.
You have the casting.
It's 4-4.
Oh, it's.
No, pardon me. I thought it was, yeah,
It's been
yes,
a long-
yeah,
yeah.
no. So that is passed. We're now back to the motion now amended 5 times.
So further amendment, sorry.
Sorry, have the date, are we going to deal with?
I just put that aside.
Oh,
If
okay.
you want to come back, you can, but
Yeah.
I think it was a miscommunication. I'll chalk it up. Mr. Osborne, you have the floor for an additional change you'd like to see?
Yes. So to strike out the number 60,000 in the opening of the motion and replace it with for approximately 53,000.
Just 1 second.
Did we get rid of the?
It's more precise, I guess.
Okay, we, Mr. Lemire.
Mr. Lemire, thank you, Chair. I accept this amendment. I accept that this amendment be included directly in the motion. That corresponds to the information that the department gave us when it updated us the last time. I think it would be interesting to have the updated data as quickly as possible, so I accept the amendment.
Your amendment's been accepted by the sponsor. Your amendment's been accepted by Mr. Lemire. Can I look for agreement that it pass a vote voice is fine with that? Are we yes all around? We're changing 60,000 to approximately 53,000, just tightening up the wording a little bit.
I don't, can I make a supplement?
Yes, Ms. Tesser-Dirksen?
I'm good. This is just off the cuff. I'm thinking of proposing a sub-amendment to that amendment. I'm not sure what the point is of referencing the number of people, if it's an approximate. I just don't know, aside from maybe, making it sound, it is egregious either way, even if it's 1 or 2 people, but I'm not sure why we would be throwing numbers in, and I know this amendment is our side. I would just prefer it not to have any reference to any numbers. I don't
Point d'ordre,
serve it.
Monsieur le
I don't know
Président.
what.
Point of order, Chair. I cannot amend my own amendment. I don't think a party can do the same. Wait a second.
I'm going to hear that as you're against the amendment to change it, Ms. Tesser-Dirksen. I can't. We have an amendment on the floor to change it to 53,000. Let me just check with the clerk here. Hold on. This is kind of pedantic. Yeah, Ms. Tesser-Dirksen, the clerk confers that you can register your vote against it, but we're still going to debate Mr. Osborne's change to approximately 53,000. Yeah, go ahead.
I see. So if that amendment passes, I could not then bring an amendment suggested in the.
Just 1 second, yes.
We had a vote that was going on right now, and then you were interrupted.
Well, I was being a little loose myself, and I will not do that again because I'm seeing its result in this. So
Monsieur le Président, je vous rappelle
Juste
que
une
j'accepte
seconde.
Chair,
I mean, I suppose if you want to strike it after, you could move that amendment. It seems a bit bizarre, but I'll leave that door open if you like. All right. So in that case, call the vote on Mr. Osborne's amendment to change 60,000 to approximately 53,000.
Mr. McKinnon?
We,
Mr. Osborne?
Yes.
Ms. Tesser-Dirksen?
No.
Ms. Yip?
Yes.
Monsieur Dadtel?
oui.
Mr. Kirk?
Yes.
Ms. Guérin?
Yes.
Monsieur Lemire?
En faveur.
Oui.
Oui.
Bon, en faveur.
Ouais, merci.
thank you.
7 pour, 1 contre.
Very good. That is passed. Back to the amendment, or motion now amended 6 times. Ms. Tesser-Dirksen, please.
Mr. Chair, would this be an appropriate time to move the amendment I was contemplating earlier?
Which is what?
Which would be to just strike out an approximate number in that amendment 6.
Sure,
Okay.
you may move,
So
yes.
I would move an amendment to strike out for approximately 53,000.
Okay. Oui, Monsieur Lemire.
Mr. Lemire, Chair, as I see that, I think that this motion should be adopted and that it changes, the amendment changes absolutely nothing, then I don't mind voting in favor of this amendment. This matches the information that the department gave us. I think it's relevant to say it.
Mr. McKinnon?
Oui.
Mr. Osborne?
Yes.
Mrs. Tesser-Dirksen?
In favor.
Ms. Yip? Monsieur Dadtel?
Pour?
Mr. Kirk?
Yes.
Ms. Guérin?
Yes.
Monsieur Lemire?
En faveur.
All in favor?
Very good. It is passed, striking the figure. We're now back to the motion as amended numerous times. Yes, Mr. Tesser-Dirksen.
Je vais proposer qu'on passe au vote.
I was going to move that we vote.
Sorry, had we dealt with the date we were going to?
No, I was going to do that.
Yeah. That was Amendment 4, and Chair, you had very kindly allowed us some time to
Okay.
refine the wording in that motion, and because it had, I'm going to allow Mr. Osborne, Mr. Chair. if
Sure,
it's-
yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your insight on that. And I do want to speak to this amendment before I pass it. Trying to reduce the amount of paperwork that will go forward. So looking to take out since January 1st of 2017 in the second paragraph and replace that with over the previous 24-month period. The reason for this, Mr. Chair, is simply because of the volume of paperwork that public servants and departments will have to put forward, the translation of that paperwork into official languages, ensuring that the paperwork is put forward, the timelines that we have, even the 90 days to ensure that the paperwork is put forward and to this committee. Again, the work that will be required by officials within this committee to look at the paperwork, the requirement to meet the obligation under the Access to Information Act, reading of this information, the redaction of materials. We are talking about a considerable amount of material, Mr. Chair, and to change this, to put it into a more reasonable time frame, will allow officials to more appropriately deal with this. Officials that have to do this have other duties that they have to tend to as well, Mr. Chair. So this will allow for a more efficient process, less paperwork for this committee to go through as well, Mr. Chair, as we are doing this. So this is not just about transparency. The program here, Mr. Chair, going back over the previous 24 months and the paper.
I just going to interrupt. I'm going to ask you, we found on committees, it's much better to have a date. So could you propose a date like January the 1st, 2024, something like that? I'll give you a few seconds on that. But it's much more helpful to the public servants when they know what they're working against as opposed to 24 months.
Certainly. So, I mean, if we're going to go back over the previous 24 months, Mr. Speaker, we could say by the time this we look at this, the 1st of April of 2024. So April 1st, 2024.
All right, which would be 2 public accounts. All right, so the amendment to the motion is to strike January 1st, 2027 and replace it with April the 1st, 2024. Monsieur Lemire.
Mr. Lemire. Against.
Yes, Mr. McKinnon.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is an important amendment. I mean, one of the things we've been talking about all evening, and as long as we've been talking about this whole motion, is the sheer number of documents. I've been told certainly that we're looking at millions of documents, and it could be, immense cost, to translate them and to redact them and so on and so forth. So this really narrows this down. It takes it from a 10-year period to a 2-year period. So it cuts down probably by, cuts it to 20% of the documents to start with. And so I think this is really important thing. If we can get through all those documents, and we should be able to, come up with some good questions to ask the various officials when we do the study. Because the whole point of this is really not the documents. The point of this is to do the study at the end of the day, so we can drill down into what happened when, so that we can figure out what went wrong and how we can fix it, and frankly how we can avoid it going forward. So I really want to emphasize that cutting this back to 2 years would be really helpful to be able to deliver meaningful output, meaningful results from this motion.
Ms. Shipp.
So just to continue on the point of the mountain of paperwork that would involve, there's 2 paths before us. One is a mountain of paper, millions of pages that would take a long, long time for everyone to review, and the other path would be efficiency and clarity. So I think the path of having an oral testimony from officials, witnesses who actually run these programs would be very helpful. And when we look at the massive paper production, it would involve a small army of public servants to find these documents, requiring overtime, and it would also take another army of committee staff to try to make sense of them. I have already related the amount of time that it took for us in another public account study to do, and I just feel that by the time anyone reads, I don't know, page 500,000, the information will be obsolete, and the program will have moved on, and taxpayers would have had to foot an enormous bill, whether it was overtime from the public servants or overtime for committee staff, plus translation costs, and also including the amount of paper and the use of computer time. All of that would take millions of dollars in administrative costs. And I don't think that this would serve the taxpayers well. And also, I would not want to divert the committee staff from the work at hand. Currently, we have 7 draft reports to review, several outstanding AG reports to study, and 5 new reports coming this upcoming week with the Auditor General's spring reports, which I'm sure we are all very anxious to discover. And I'm sure the chair would like to continue the progress that we have made and really delve into finishing up all the work. And the committee staff...
Point d'ordre, Monsieur le Président, je vois pas le lien.
Chair, I don't see the tie between what's being said and the motion that we're debating.
La règle,
The rule is that members should not repeat what they've already said. I agree that this has already been said, but Ms. Yip, you have the floor.
And I was just detailing the work that we have at hand, and I wanted to make sure that the committee staff would be able to provide the support. So we just, as I'm just summarizing, we don't want to paralyze this committee's work and make sure that the committee staff is able to work out to be prepared for the remainder of the session. Thank you.
thank you. Ms. Tessa Dirksen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do want to talk a little bit about setting dates, because again, I'm going to go back to my background in the legal world. Dates can make or break the outcome in a really substantial way that sometimes people don't turn their minds to. And so I do want to talk about that, the question of that temporal scope in document production. So in requests of this kind, it's really not a minor technical matter, because it can determine what evidence this committee has access to, and by extension, it determines what questions we can ask and what conclusions we end up reaching. So I want to take some time to explain why I think the sub-amendment that my colleague has proposed represents something that's more defensible and more functional approach than what was originally there. So we had an original motion, I believe it was January 1st, 2017 as the starting date for document procurement. But the amendment had removed the date entirely. And I think that's something that you caught, Mr. Chair, to your credit, that there was an unlimited temporal window that had been created through that oversight in the amendment. So this sub-amendment is proposing to replace that struck text with, I believe, the starting date of April 1st, 2024. Now, and I suspect that my colleague, Mr. Lemire, might wonder what the relevance of that date is, and I might wonder myself, but dates necessarily sometimes have to be a little bit arbitrary. You have to start somewhere. So obviously the problem with having no temporal limit is a problem. And so when a committee adopts document production requests with no starting date, in theory, you're requesting all documents ever created in the subject matter, and that has been at the crux of our opposition to the motion in general, is that the scope of what the motion was contemplating as far as production of documents was completely untenable, particularly for a program like the Benefits Delivery Modernization, which, as we've talked about, is the modernization of the legacy IT systems, some of which are 60 years old. I continue to repeat. And this could potentially mean documents going back decades. And in fact, the motion was requesting close to a decade worth of documents. And some of those records actually may no longer be retrievable in forms that they might not exist anymore, or staff that may have long retired, formats that even modern systems can't read. So it creates a production obligation that departments will legitimately struggle to meet. And this has been repeated ad nauseum, and I apologize for repeating it again, but I think it bears discussion. The response to that struggle would be incomplete production accompanied by detailed explanations of why complete production is impossible. So you end up with this kind of like circular logic, and that doesn't serve Canadians. It doesn't serve anybody. And those who might prefer this study to be mired in a dispute about document completeness rather than focused on the substantive questions that the Auditor General has raised. So I agree with the change in date. Programmatically anchored starting date is different. So April 1st, 2024 while it may be arbitrary in the reasons it was chosen, it's not an arbitrary date. We have a hard and fast date that we can deal with. It's the start of the fiscal year, I believe, in which the Treasury Board gave BDM its initial project approval. So there is some meaningful connection to that date with the program. And that's when the program was launched in its current form. So that's the moment at which the government structures that this committee is examining came into existence. So it does make some sense. And it's the moment at which the cost estimates that we're scrutinizing were first formally established as well. And I know my colleague, Monsieur Lemire, would agree that the scrutiny of the cost estimates and, in fact, the cost overruns are what he's really trying to get to the heart of, and I do appreciate that. So all of that happened after the program received its initial project approval, captured by the anniversary of April 1st as its starting date. And I'd also note that anchoring the date to a specific programmatic event rather than an arbitrary calendar date makes the production request more defensible and more precise. And that's important when we're talking about the volume that we're contemplating here. So if a department contests the scope of production, the committee can point to the Treasury Board's initial project approval, the anniversary of that date as April 1st. So that's a cleaner and more enforceable standard than either January 1st, 2017, I think, that was the original date, or no particular date, which is, as we've already decided, nonsensical. And I want to make one more point, Mr. Chair, about the practical effect of an unlimited temporal window on the ability of this committee to actually use the documents it receives. So the goal, if I understand correctly, the goal of document production is not to just receive documents. It's to read them, to understand them. They'd have to be translated as well, as we've discussed, and to use them to ask better questions of witnesses, which is something we're really good at this committee. So if this committee receives that enormous volume of records that would span potentially a decade, the analytical capacity required to process those records before witnesses are summoned is really beyond what our library analysts can reasonably provide in the time available. So a more defined temporal scope, which my colleague is proposing, means more manageable production, more thorough review, properly translated documents, and more informed questioning. And that is good for accountability. That's what we want around this committee table. We want accountability. It's good for Canadians. That's what Canadians want. They want accountability. And it's good for the credibility of this committee's follow-up report. So I will support this amendment that my colleague has put forward, and I will defer to my other colleagues if they have other comments to make on the issue of the timeline.
And they do. Mr. McKinnon, please.
I really like words like unlimited temporal window. It's amazing. But I really want to emphasize again that certainly my concern with this whole motion right from the get-go was the sheer volume of documents and the horrendous task of gathering them, having public servants out there put them together, get them translated and redacted as necessary. Hugely expensive and so forth. So certainly this is a significant step forward in doing that. I just want to emphasize that. It cuts down the time, the unlimited temporal window. It makes it a very limited temporal window, and I am very supportive of that. I think it's a good idea, so thank you.
Thank you. Encore une fois, Monsieur Lemire.
Merci.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to mention that this information was already mentioned by my colleague MP McKinnon. I just wanted to ask the government quite openly what happened before the March 31st, 2024 that the government wants to hide. And I can even ask, does it have any link to the briefing note that Privy Council Clerk Janice Charette drafted and dated March 27, 2022. Is that what they're trying to hide? Perhaps it's something else. At any rate, I'm voting against this sub-amendment.
You go ahead. I'll follow.
Okay. I'll go if that's okay, Chair. Just to respond to that, I just talked actually quite at length about how sometimes dates can be arbitrary and you have to narrow the scope somehow. So we chose April, well, I'm speaking for my colleague now, but I presume he chose April 1st because it was tangentially linked to, as the anniversary of the start of the program, but only containing the scope of a 2-year window. Monsieur Lemire, while I take his comment with a bit of a little bit of disdain, if I might say, because I think he's implying that we have something to hide, and that's not necessarily the case. You know, to follow through with Monsieur Lemire's argument logically, why wouldn't we choose April 1st, 2022? You know, like why 2024? If the document he's concerned about is dated March 27th, 2022, I believe. You know, expand the scope an extra year so that, but it's a lot. It's still those years, but it's not capturing the date of that document. And in fact, we keep coming back to this document about Madame Charette, which we've already voted on, but. Again, I'll point to the great length of time I spent discussing the article that my colleague brought up in his comments several hours ago, that we already know essentially what is in that document. Madame Charette said to the Prime Minister of the day that there were serious problems with the plan, that the critical knowledge and the ability to apply the system in a timely and cost-effective manner did not exist necessarily. These were all points that were already before the government of the day based on that document, and we've already voted on that anyway. So I do take issue a little bit with my colleague's contention that we are trying to hide something and that we are somehow working this into the date that we chose. I'm sure if my colleague had an opportunity to maybe pick a different date, he would, based on some other recommendation that he would contemplate. But the date we chose was the one we chose because we had to choose a date. Otherwise, we would have ended up with the very large or lack of a temporal window, I believe is the term I used. So that's my, we need to limit it somewhere. You have to start somewhere. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Back to Mr. McKinnon, please.
Okay. I'm not quite sure what I was going to say, but I think Mr. Osborne had a point.
Do you want to go again, Mr. Osborne? You kind of passed it. I wasn't sure if you were passing. Go ahead.
No, I was going to go again, and for a 30-year veteran of politics, I'm actually envious of my colleague here because she can wax eloquently, perhaps maybe more than I can. But, Mr. Chair, I too take exception with the comments of Mr. Lemire on the April 1st date. There's nothing that government is trying to hide. You know, we were going to take a date out. We realized that would create concerns, and there has to be a window. We did land on the April 1st, 2024 date. We were going to go back simply 24 months, but landing on a specific date gives greater clarity. It gives greater clarity to government staff, the bureaucrats that are going to be looking for these documents, because they actually have a date set that is the focus of their search. So we landed on this date, perhaps to some degree by accident. It is the start of the fiscal year as well, Mr. Chair, so it does make sense that April 1st is the date upon which we focus because it's the start of the fiscal year, giving the clarity to bureaucrats and government officials to ensure that they have a date to focus on when they are searching and looking for documents, and narrowing the scope to a particular date only makes sense. We have to have a defined date. We've determined that here, again, in part by accident, but we have to have a defined date for the search of documents, Mr. Chair, and this date makes sense for a variety of reasons. So the assertion that, you know, this date was planted intentionally for some nefarious reason, Mr. Chair, is not accurate at all. We are focused, you know, we put this date in. We have to have a date. We also need to narrow the scope because we are still talking, I would say, thousands of documents. even with this date, for bureaucrats to go and to search these documents. The cost of translation, the cost of redaction, ensuring that the information that is put out and put to this committee and that information is inclusive of those dates is important. Mr. Chair, I know my colleague has more to say on this, and I'll divert to him.
Should I ask which one? I have Mr. McKinnon.
Yeah, I mean, I also want to express my taking great exception to this innuendo, this actually the slander that somehow this means we're trying to hide something, that we are in fact the government trying to hide anything. To start with, we're not the government. We're members of the governing party, but we don't know what's going on behind the covers. We don't know what's going on behind, in all those offices all over the place. Right from the get-go, I have said, and I think we've all said, that the main focus of our concerns here, the main focus of our arguments and our efforts, is to make this into a study that is reasonable, that can be done in a cost-effective and effective way, that we get documents that we can actually read and we can actually use, and that we can use in a beneficial way to advance that study. Not to mention, as mentioned before, that it's a whole backwards way of doing a study, right? We generally, in all the committees in Parliament, we call witnesses, we hear from witnesses. They give us information about more information we might need. We can use that information to call for additional documents. That's kind of the normal way things going. To go and get some massive document dump from way back when, with very little regard to its import in any particular case, and then on the basis of that try and put together a study out of that is in my mind, it's ludicrous, because there's going to be far, far, far too many documents to get anything meaningful out of that. It's going to wade through all those documents and come up with a really clear picture of what's going on. It's going to take months. And that actually brings, once we're done this motion, I think we need to adjust the motion once we're done this amendment, I think we need to have another look at when we would do our study once we get the documents.
All right, well, we won't get ahead of ourselves. Next, I have Ms. Tessa-Dirksen, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did see Mr. Lemire's hand up, and seeing as it's his motion, I'm happy to speak after he does, or I can go ahead.
You can come back up. I do have other members, though, as well.
Okay.
So, all right.
So you want me to go ahead?
It's up to you. If you want, you can yield, and I'll put you back on the list at the bottom.
Okay. Well, I was just going to say that in the spirit of good faith negotiations, and I might be sticking my neck out here a little bit, I would be willing to move an amendment to, and I might be out of sequence here, but I'd be willing to move an amendment to extend the production window back by another 6 months. So that could potentially take us to, I think it'd be September 1st, 2023.
Oui, Monsieur le
Monsieur le Président, je rappelle que...
Chair, I'll remind you that an amendment cannot be amended by the party that moved it.
Tessa-Dirksen, pardon me, I'm going to just stick with this because it's not meeting with agreement. Mr. Carrick.
Thank you, Chair, for allowing me to speak, and I want to thank my colleagues across the way for introducing me to my very first filibuster. And make no mistake about it, it was a very elegant one, a very polite one, but nothing less of a filibuster. And this is quite concerning to me, considering that my colleague from the Bloc Québécois is trying to pass a motion to understand why there's cost overruns, why 60,000 seniors didn't get their checks on time. And today we've witnessed exactly what a Liberal majority will look like in the next 3 years. We've seen members across the way accuse my colleague of slander. They've accused them of saying that, quote, every hour spent filibustering is costing Canadians as they filibuster, questioning budgets, when clearly here we've wasted a lot of time and money at the expense of the Canadian taxpayer. So much so as marching other Liberals from other committees that they're filibustering to come and filibuster our committee. Today is a stain on the clean track record that this committee has had. And I'm just, it's unfortunate I had to witness it, but it's clear that they're going to run the clock till 8 o'clock. We're going to go in and vote, and after that, they will change the committees, they will win that vote, and when we come back here, they will have another member, and they will shut this down. This is not democracy in my very young political career, and it's just unfortunate I had to see it in this committee. A lot of good faith and goodwill, I think, was thrown out the window today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Now, never count the votes before they're cast. Banana peels appear, you never know. So I know we're all going to be there to vote, and we won't make any conclusions about how that vote will go. Monsieur Detel, s'il vous plaît.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. We're all here tonight for the common good of all Canadians. We all have our own vision of how to manage the state, how to manage citizens' lives, that is, to guide them or help them in their choices, and how we can properly manage money that Canadians pay to the administration of the state, the administrators, through taxes. I'd like to say that in March we tabled a motion requesting the presence of the Minister of Finance to speak about the CRA scandal. We made a proper request, and then on the 25th we had a debate on the matter, and then some 20 minutes where the minister's appearance was not welcomed. We nonetheless wanted the minister to come and explain to the citizens of Laval how it was allowed that a mayor could steal from taxpayers. The CRA is now asking the same taxpayers to contribute $1 million to make up that shortcoming. For the people from the city of Laval, it would be appropriate to bring the minister here. However, originally our colleagues were not agreeing, and after 15 or 20 minutes they agreed, and I thank them for it. I think they initially did not want to agree, but given the situation in Laval and for its citizens, they agreed. However, in another committee, for 17 hours and 30 minutes, there was filibustering. The minister was prevented from testifying on the Alto incident. What did that lead to? Well, the minister will be appearing before the committee. I'd like to thank my colleagues across the table to having voted in favor. Finally, however, in this current case, I'm disappointed to see my colleagues taking on bad habits from their own colleagues in the Ethics Committee. The Bloc Québécois MP is defending this, the right to citizens, the citizens' rights in this scandal, in this Curram scandal, and if our committee doesn't do it, who will do so? We're paid well to come and shed light on this situation, and now we're seeing that since 11:30 this morning, 12 this morning, we've been talking and talking and talking, and nothing will happen, and it's a shame. I'd invite my colleagues to be inspired from their own actions, by their own actions in the case of the City of Laval, and that they work with us so that we can get to the bottom of this matter. This is exactly what my colleague from the Bloc is trying to do right now. And what we're seeing from our colleagues here is that they're being inspired by their Ethics Committee colleagues. Chair, it's ironic to see that we're having this debate on parliamentary democracy when tomorrow will be the first anniversary of this government's election. I know that many colleagues for whom it's the first time in office are here for the first, are going to be celebrating. Nonetheless, it's disappointing to see that we're here tonight, and at 8:30 tonight, parliamentary democracy will take a hit. Parliamentary democracy will take a hit tonight. It's a shame. Why? Because citizens voted a year ago. They sent a clear message to us. They wanted a minority government so that everyone could work together for the common good faced with the threat from the U.S. And a year later, 5 MPs did not fulfill the mandate conferred upon them by their voters. That is allegiance to their party, whatever that party may have been, allegiance to their party platform. 5 of these MPs decided to dishonor the mandate that their own citizens conferred upon them, and they crossed the floor. That's why we can only talk about a government of floor crossers. The floor crossings were what gave the government its majority. Of course, there were 3 by-elections, but there was nothing new in that. They only confirmed what had already happened a year earlier. Even in the one exceptional case where an MP was voted with a single vote more than her opponent. How? Through human error, the wrong postal code had been put on a letter, and as a result, an MP was not voted in. The incumbent was not voted in. The by-election took place, and the 3 by-elections confirmed the vote of a year previous. The 5 floor crossers, however, dishonored the mandate given to them by their voters. I have several people who want to speak. Mr. Lemire. These are very hard words that are food for thought. I'd like to get back to the point here. It appears that an arbitrary date is being given to simplify the work of officials. Here's another figure, $1.2 million spent on travel costs. The travel costs for Curum IT specialists. If the date is put back 6 months, is that going to make a difference? I think we need to go back to the beginning, from the moment when the Curum program was designed. In the motion. Thank you.
Mr. McKinnon.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to respond to Mr. Turek. He's very concerned that we've been talking for 3 hours. I would just as soon not have been here talking for 3 hours myself. But right from the get-go, as I've mentioned before, we were trying to keep this number of documents to a manageable level so that we could actually manage these documents, so we can read them. But frankly, as I've mentioned a couple times, it's a backwards way of doing a study. We normally bring witnesses in here. We talk to them. We ask them questions, and they give us information that we can use to drill into those documents and get the meaningful documents, so that we don't have to wade through millions and millions of documents and have them millions of documents converted, translated and redacted and whatnot. right from the get-go, when we started tonight, this is what I said. I mean, we want to get this down. If we could have done that right from the get-go, we would be able to get this study underway with a reasonable number of document requests and a manageable outcome. So I certainly take exception with Mr. Carrick's concerns. I also will take further exception to the notion that the Canadians did not choose a minority government. Canadians elected individual representatives. They elected 343 representatives, and different ridings elected different people from different parties. There is no decision that was made by anybody out there that said, I'm going to vote for a minority or I'm going to vote for a majority. It's a bizarre way of looking at things to say that they voted for a majority or they didn't. And in terms of the floor crossers, I mean, I've worked with all of these, I think all of these people for many, many years. They're all very conscientious and dedicated individuals. I think that they took a look at the world and where it is and where it's going, and decided that this particular party was a better place to stand to move forward on the kinds of things they wanted to achieve. I don't think there's anything detrimental to say about them for that. I mean, I understand that people from their original parties might be unhappy about that. I fully understand that. Nevertheless, I don't think there's any basis to impugn their integrity or their characters for doing what has got to be an insanely difficult decision to make. You move out of one social structure in your riding with all of your EDA people and the people you've been working with for years. Suddenly you're in a new one, and you have to, it's not an easy thing. I think we have to give respect to the people who have made those tough choices, and absolutely make sure that we respect them.
Ms. Tesser-Dirksen.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I do have some comments I want to make about the work that has already been done at this committee on this particular issue, because some of the things my colleagues are saying someone might tune in and think, gosh, we haven't done anything. There hasn't been any work done on this, and there has been actually quite a bit of work done on this before. But I do want to address some other things that I believe Monsieur Lemire and my colleague Monsieur Deltel had talked about. I believe the term, can't remember which one, one of my friends used was that we will shortly be celebrating, I guess in reference to a majority government. I will never celebrate when people are disillusioned with the work of their elected officials. And I have heard from constituents who have written my office saying, what's your position on the floor crossing? And I give them the lawyer's response of there's no legal obstacle to an elected representative changing their political affiliations. It's provided for within our Westminster system. And I tell them, actually, I have 4 young adult children, and when my kids would come to me and say, who should I vote for? I'd say, look at your local candidate. Because, of course, you have a party, you have a leader you have to contemplate as well, but you're not picking up the phone and calling the Prime Minister if you have an issue. You're speaking to your local representative. And if that local representative does not resonate with your values or is not responsive or not someone that you particularly like or could see yourself working with, then you've elected the wrong person. So this is the advice or the opinion I give to folks when they contact me concerned about floor crossing, because many Canadians do vote for a party. And that's, I think, where the dissonance arises when they see the person that they elected. They might not even know the name of the person they elected. They just see the party and they check that box. And I think that's something that Canadians have to be mindful of when they're voting in this system, which is the system we have. So, okay, I see my colleague has his hand up, so I do want to address quickly the other comments that were made by my colleague, Monsieur Deltel, who I respect tremendously. He's a wonderful gentleman and a seasoned representative. And he spoke also about the majority issue. And we talked earlier about temporal and, timelines and things like that. And there's kind of like a bit of a dialectic in the timelines we experienced with where this government now finds itself with the number of seats we have. Because true, initially the election in April of 2025 found us with a minority. And over the months, certain individual elected representatives felt that, for whatever reasons, I won't speak on their behalf, that they were compelled to come over to join the government party. We were still in a minority at that point. It wasn't until April 13th, when 3 by-elections were held, amidst a great deal of media attention on what those by-election results would mean. It would mean a majority government if the government won 2 of those 3 by-elections. Canadians knew what they were voting for in those ridings. And true, there was a lot of talk about the kind of safe seats in the Toronto area, but I will speak to the riding of Terrebonne, where my colleague, Madame Tatiana Auguste, did win with 1 vote initially. The Supreme Court saw fit, and I fully respect their reasons for allowing the ballot that was missed initially to be counted, resulting in a tie, which thus triggered a by-election. Canadians knew when they went into those voting booths that voting for a Liberal candidate would put the numbers over the edge. If one of the Toronto ridings didn't come through, or if they both came through, a vote of a Liberal candidate in Terrebonne would be a confirmation that a majority was acceptable to the Canadians in those ridings. So I will say that it was a minority on the night of April 13th, and Canadians chose 3 times to confirm that they wanted a majority. And I spoke earlier about people being able to change their minds. Monsieur Lemire might recall when I mentioned this, based on his comments about floor crossers, that there are times where people have the benefit of context, they have the benefit of time to see what is needed in the present, in the here and now, and that may necessitate a change of mind. And certainly there are many voters in this country who will always vote for one particular party, but there are a vast larger majority who we would call swing voters, who will vote based on what the country, or what they deem the country needs at that particular time, at that particular moment, and what a particular leader, party, or individual candidate is bringing to the table that addresses those concerns in the here and now. So I think we should put to rest this idea that a majority was stolen from voters, because it was put into the hands of voters on April 13th. And voters used their voice, and they came out in great numbers in all elections. And in fact, in Terrebonne, we had resounding victory to Madame Auguste received 700% more votes in her victory. So I think that right now and right here, Canadians made the decision for what they want to see in the House of Commons as far as seat numbers, and that's something we have to respect. And I said earlier, Mr. Chair, that it's inevitable that at some point in the future, those of us on the government side will find ourselves on the opposite, with the shoe on the other foot, at which point I can commit, and I'm sure I could speak for my colleagues, that we would respect the will of the voters in those circumstances as well. Now, I did start my comments by saying I wanted to talk about the work that has already been done on this particular issue, and I want to start just briefly to talk about the Auditor General's report. And this was Report 8, and this was tabled in the House of Commons way back on October 19th, 2023. And this is the document that this committee has already studied. So the 45th Parliament's Public Accounts Committee published a news release as recently as October 9th, 2025, at which point I was elected, and I do remember that, summarizing the committee's own engagement with that audit. So I don't think we should pretend that we're starting from a position of ignorance about the program, or that the government has hidden everything that could possibly be known about this program. The Auditor General stated that the Benefits Delivery Modernization Program had experienced repeated delays, cost increases, and staffing challenges since its launch in 2017. So that's documented. It's part of the public record. The Auditor General was clear and direct about it. When she presented those findings, she expressed concern that if challenges and delays continued, decisions might be made to remove aspects of transformation or take shortcuts to maintain timelines or budget, as happened with the Phoenix pay system, which I've already acknowledged several times in my comments. And being on the government side, it's not so great to have to reference something like Phoenix or something like shortcomings within the departments that the government is currently overseeing as the government of the day. Every member of this committee knows what Phoenix means. Phoenix is what happens when a large government IT transformation goes way off the rails. And again, it's something that I summarized in the article that I talked about earlier, when the pressure to deliver combined with insufficient oversight and insufficient honesty about the state of the project, and that's very important, is the honesty and the integrity in our reporting about the project, produces a final product that fails the very people it was supposed to serve. So in Phoenix's case, it failed federal public servants. In this case, the people at risk were and are, as I've mentioned numerous times, the seniors, people in remote locations, Indigenous peoples, refugees, more than 10 million Canadians who rely on old age security, the Canada Pension Plan, and employment insurance to meet their daily needs, like buying food or paying for their rent. So it's in that context, Mr. Chair, that the human reality behind this program comes to light. And I want to dwell on it a little bit because I think it's important that we not lose sight of the people behind those acronyms and cost figures. BDM is not merely a program acronym. It's the infrastructure upon which millions of vulnerable Canadians rely to receive income support in their old age, in sickness, in periods of unemployment. So the information technology systems currently underpinning OAS, CPP, and EI delivery, as I've mentioned, they're between 20 and 60 years old, and the department's initial estimate cost in 2017 was $1.75 billion. By April 2022, that estimate had already increased by 43% to $2.5 billion, and not a single benefit had yet been migrated to the new program. And this is also something that was captured in the summary of that article that my friend Monsieur Lemire so aptly brought to our attention. Now, these are not small numbers. They are not minor administrative inconveniences. We are talking about a program that the Auditor General called the largest information technology project ever undertaken by the federal government. We're not talking about systems that in some cases, we are talking about systems that in some cases date back to the early 1960s that are no longer supported even by their original vendors. So the question I want to put to my colleagues before we talk about this further, and at some point we're going to be voting on the final motion, but I do want them to understand, given light of the comments that were made recently, that the Auditor General has already audited this program and published detailed findings, given that this committee has already engaged with those findings, and given that ESDC has already provided evidence, what precisely is the gap that this new document is designed to fill? And I know my friend Monsieur Lemire has brought up concerns about transparency and somewhat overt accusations that the government is attempting to hide something. I will repeat what my colleague said. None of us around this table actually know what's in the document that Monsieur Lemire is requesting, aside from what I read into the record as I summarized into the record, given the article that Monsieur Lemire brought up. And that was that Madame Charette had sent a memo to the Prime Minister of the day saying that there were serious deficiencies with the program and that we risked failure if those the critical knowledge sets and the attention and management were not brought up to speed. So given that the Auditor General has already audited this and that we are questioning the usefulness of the document that Monsieur Lemire is requesting, getting back to the blanket production order for everything seems like the wrong instrument. It seems like using a very blunt tool.
Monsieur le Président, ce n'est pas le point qui est à l'ordre.
Chair, point of order, please.
Sorry, I missed that.
Ms. Tester, I will say you do have the floor. There are colleagues and others that do want to speak, so I can,
Okay.
if you want, I can pause and come back to you. Or,
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind keeping me on the list.
Sure.
I don't.
Yeah. Mr. Osborne, puis après ça, Monsieur Lemire.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
It was a
Mr. Chair, I do want a couple of things that I wanted to raise, and I know my colleague here already spoke about the by-elections. And the fact of the matter is Canadians chose a majority government because those 3 by-elections, we needed either one of those 3. All 3 knew that. The one that I look at in Quebec as an example was traditionally Bloc. It wasn't the same result. It was considerably higher margin. But I'll move on because, again, this is not political. I want to talk about the fact that this, through the course of the previous number of days, we had attempted to try and resolve this without coming here and getting to a vote. And, we did recommend that the Standing Committee on Public Accounts request that the Auditor General uptake a report on the benefit delivery modernization system, and that the progress done to modernize the legacy system, as well as having this committee initiate a study into the benefits delivery modernization, and invite senior officials from Employment and Social Development Canada, Services and Procurement Canada, Shared Services Canada, Treasury Board, including Cliff Groen, Associate Deputy Minister, and Business Lead, Benefits Delivery Modernization. So, that's what we proposed as a solution to this. And this could have been resolved in a matter of minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Osborne. This meeting is adjourned as the bells are going for the vote in 30 minutes. We'll see you here soon.